Mr. Chair, ready when you are.
Good morning. As chairman, thank you. As chairman of the commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission to order at 10:05 a.m. This Zoom webinar is live streamed on YouTube on the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission YouTube channel. For anyone in the public watching who would prefer to watch via a different platform than they are currently using, please visit our social media at Redistricting MI. Our live stream today includes closed captioning. Closed captioning, ASL interpretation, as well as Spanish, Arabic, and Bengali translation services will be provided for effective participation in today's meeting. Please email us at redistricting@michigan.gov for additional viewing options or details on accessing language translation services for this meeting. People with disabilities needing other specific accommodations should also contact redistricting@michigan.gov. This meeting is being recorded and will be made available on our website, www.michigan.gov/micrc for viewing at a later date. This meeting is also being transcribed, and those closed caption transcripts will be made available and posted on the michigan.gov/micrc website, as well as written public comment submissions. There's also a public comment portal as well as a mapping portal that may be accessed or viewed by visiting the website, which is once again, michigan.gov/micrc. Members of the media who may have questions before, during, or after the meeting should direct those questions to Edward Woods III, Executive Director of the Commission at woodse3@michigan.gov. For the public watching and the public record, I'll now turn to Department of State staff to take note of the commissioners present.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, commissioners. Please say present when I call your name. If you are attending the meeting remotely, please announce during roll call that you're attending the meeting remotely, and unless your absence is due to military duty, announce your physical location by stating the county, city, township, or village and the state from which you are attending the meeting remotely. I will begin roll call with commissioners alphabetically. Commissioner Andrade.
Present.
Commissioner Callahan.
Present from Mexico.
Commissioner Curry.
Present.
Commissioner Eid.
Present.
Commissioner Kellum.
Present, temporarily attending from Detroit, Michigan.
Thank you. Commissioner Lang.
Present, attending from Reed City, Michigan.
Commissioner Letts.
Present.
Commissioner Muldoon.
Present.
Commissioner Orton.
Present.
Commissioner Zatella.
Present, attending remotely from Wayne County, Michigan.
Commissioner Valette.
Present.
Commissioner Wagner.
Present, attending remotely from Charlotte, Michigan.
Thank you. Commissioner Weiss.
Present.
You have 13 commissioners. You do have a quorum, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Young.
You're welcome.
Next up is adoption of the agenda. As a reminder to the public watching, you can view today's agenda on our website at www.michigan.gov/micrc. I will now entertain a motion to approve the agenda for today's meeting.
I move we adopt the agenda as presented. Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Lett, seconded by Commissioner Muldoon. Is there any discussion on the motion? I don't see any in person. Is there any discussion online? I don't have these screens are not updating.
There is not at this time, Chair.
Okay. The screens just have our logo on it and the slide that says public meeting. There we go. Thank you. No problem. If there is no discussion, we'll go to vote. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 Any opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes have it and the agenda is adopted. Next on the agenda is public comments. Without objection, we will begin the public comment portion of today's meeting pertaining to agenda topics. Is there any objection, commissioners? Seeing none, we'll move forward. I'll first ask Executive Director Woods to review the rules for this public comment session. Mr. Woods.
Thank you, Commissioner Eid. Just give me a second. Good morning, everyone. How are you? You can have we do audience, feedback, it's okay. We're excited to have you here as our part of our commission meeting. As you know, one of the stalwart opportunities in this redistricting process is for the ability to engage the public so they have comment and feedback to the commission, unlike in the previous process. I want to share with you 5 guidelines so that we can have a smooth meeting and a productive meeting as you're offering your comments. This applies to both those who are in person, who are doing public comments, as well as those online. You have 90 seconds to speak. 90 seconds to speak. You address the commission as a whole and not an individual member or member of the public. In other words, we're not calling people out. We're not directing comments or innuendos to any particular commissioner or member of the public. You're addressing the commission as a whole with regards to your comment. Any person, I want to be very clear, any person making personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks, or who shall become boisterous or disruptive while addressing the commission may be requested to leave the microphone, or your microphone will be cut off. This is not the time or the place for any type of inappropriate remarks. We just want to hear constructive remarks as it relates to the business of the commission today, and particularly Senate map deliberations. 4, if any person disrupts the orderly progress of a meeting or refuses to comply with applicable MICRC guidelines and rules, the chairperson may rule that person out of order and or order their removal from the meeting. This is not a step that we like to enforce. So far, we have been blessed not to enforce it, and we see no reason why that would change today. Knowing that we have full confidence and faith and civility as relates to addressing the commission, we thank you in advance and not at the end of providing for complying with these guidelines before the public comment period. So once again, thank you for the 48 people who signed up online and the 2 people who are here for complying with these guidelines. Mr. Chair, that concludes my remarks. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Woods. We will start with in-person public comments. I will call your name and then you'll be invited to come speak at the microphone. First up is Melinda Billingsley.
Thank you. My name is Linda Billingsley. I'm a resident of State Senate District 12, and I am here on behalf of Voters Not Politician and as a supporter of this commission and this process. I am here today to remind the commission that public input is integral to this process and should not be discounted. You, as the commission, have put a lot of work into gathering feedback from individuals in the public, and that feedback from individuals should not be ignored. During the public hearings in Detroit, when residents of the districts were able to be in the room and look at all of the maps, the majority of positive comments were for Heron, Zatella, and Kellam. And when you received the close-up reports this week, they confirmed that Zatella, Heron, and Kellam received by far the most net positive comments. The constitutional amendment requires that after this process is done, the commission must publish a report that explains how and why you made your decisions. And I want to urge you to consider how you would explain adopting a map with negative net favorability rating over maps that have high positive net favorability ratings and meet the constitutional criteria as well or better than maps you had previously adopted. To be clear, I'm not saying that you could not do this. I just want to remind the commission that the Constitution does require you to do so. And as Michigan's independent Citizens Redistricting Commission, you have the authority to adopt whatever map you feel best represents the people, and also the responsibility to listen to the people as you make your decisions. Thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Thank you for addressing the commission. We appreciate your comments. Next up is Sarah Prescott.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. My name is Sarah Prescott, and I'm a mom of three. I am a resident of Northville. I'm an employment lawyer, and I'm an elected representative of about 40,000 Michiganders as a school board representative. I've sat on our school board for about 8 years. You probably know better than anyone. That means I can't speak for our board. I'm not here on behalf of our board.
Ms. Prescott, I don't mean to interrupt, but I think the folks online are having some a hard time hearing.
Can you possibly speak closer to the microphone because it is a little difficult to hear you? Maybe somebody can adjust it for you.
Would it be okay if I held it?
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, that's much better, right? So sorry. So I don't speak for our school board. I'm just here as Sarah, but it's a little bit of relevant background. In terms of has affinity with whom, Northville, Plymouth, and Novi are a group. We consider each other rivals in football and soccer and whatnot. We go to each other's malls and churches and restaurants. So I would just encourage you to think about that community as a column rather than shooting eastward. And so that's a little bit too why I gave you some background of my service. While I'm on the point of service, I want to thank you all for what you're doing. I think it's really cool what you're doing for Michigan and for our people. The only other thing I wanted to mention is that there's no such thing as zero risk in what you're doing. And I've encountered that sitting on a board too. You're going to hear from lawyers that such and such is a risk or such and such else is a risk. As you know, if anyone ever challenges what you do, they have to prove that someone's intentions were wrong and that your vote was wrong, that you had bad intentions or illegal intentions. So that burden is on someone who challenges what you're doing. A lawyer is never going to tell you, and I am a lawyer, right? They're never going to tell you a particular choice you make has zero risk. Life is risk. There's pluses and minuses in everything we do. So in a world of uncertainty and in a world where a lawyer is going to tell you every different option has negatives with it, I guess for me, I think your North Star and your integrity is in founding your feet solidly with the objective criteria.
Ms. Prescott, your
Is that the
time is
So
expired.
please, I would ask you to do the objective criteria and maximize.
Thank you for addressing the commission. We appreciate your comments. Next up to speak is Darwin Griffin.
Good morning, commissioners.
Good morning.
I just wanted to say that from looking at a perspective from Detroit Downriver APRI, we've been coming to these meetings on multiple occasions. But I just wanted to say that looking at the scoring for the maps, we think that map 404 is probably the best when it comes to the nonpartisan aspects of what the map represents. So that's the only comment that I just want to make this morning. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next is Brittany Washington.
Good morning, commissioners.
Good morning.
As stated, my name is Brittany Washington. And I just want to state, when considering voting for the maps, please be mindful in consideration of the representation that Detroit requires. The Cranes map is not like reflective of the needs of Detroit. The 404 map is, and representation and consideration is needed. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. That concludes the in-person public comments. However, if anyone else signs up to speak in person before the public comment period is over, we will hear from you. We'll now move to remote public comment. Individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide live remote public comment to the commission will now be allowed. I will call your name and our staff will unmute you. If you are on a computer, you'll be prompted by the Zoom app to unmute your microphone and speak. If you are joining us via phone, a voice will say the host wants you to speak and prompt you to press *6 to unmute. I will call you by your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number. Please note, if you're experiencing technical or audio issues, or we do not hear from you for about 3 to 5 seconds, we will move on to the next person in line and then return to you after they are done speaking. If your audio still does not work at that point, you can email us at redistricting@michigan.gov and we will troubleshoot so you can participate during the next comment period. Once again, you'll have 90 seconds to address the commission, and please conclude your remarks when your time expires. We will start with James Gallant.
Can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
We can, James. Good morning.
All righty. Thank you very much. This is James Gallant, Marquette. These are my opinions. First off, I'd like to say that my prediction is that you will approve the Zatella map to appease the Chaldean community of interest. And also, Ms. Shar is not qualified to make parliamentary law decisions on behalf of the MICRC as she did in the meeting there. She just kind of assumed and jumped right in. And now, Chair Eid, please follow the
Mr. Gallant, as explained by Executive Director Woods, you are to address the commission as a whole, not an individual member of the commission. I will unmute you and you can resume your comments, but you need to address the commission as a whole. Thank you.
Can you hear me? I'm addressing the commission through the chair, as I'm supposed to. So please let me continue. Mr. Chair, please follow the advice of Anthony Scannell and go back to the Robert's Rules of Order as instructed by Mike Brady. No debate before a motion in a second. That's page 666, line 8. And do that by unanimous consent, because your intentions here are misguided. As that attorney just told you, your intentions are misguided not to do that. So this process is backwards and upside down. The structure here is supposed to be the semblance of order. The triangle has the point sticking up with the Constitution down as the foundation. You're doing this backwards and trying to balance all this. And if you amended maps the other day, then you need to do another public comment period for the new maps. And you should assume, Mr. Chair, by unanimous consent, to one main motion to approve the final map, 12 maps laid on the table, and your semblance of order, like I said, upside down, sideways here. And this is why we need the Michigan Supreme Court to establish common law parliamentary procedure in Michigan, in the United States of America, and tell you folks in these public meetings how you're going to run our public business with our public dollars and say, you have to do this. Mike Brady made it.
Thank you, Mr. Gallant. We appreciate your comments. Next up is Yusuf Yusuf.
Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning, Yusuf.
Good morning, Commissioners. First, I want to thank Commissioner Sotella for Sotella V3. This is my favorite configuration for Chaldeans now, but I don't see much appetite by the Commissioners for Sotella 3 as of now. So I'm here today asking the Commissioners to choose Crane Map for two reasons. One, District 9 doesn't include Clawson. As I have said before, Clawson is more aligned with Royal Oak than Sterling Heights or Rochester Hills. Kellam Map does include Clawson in District 9. If I had to choose one, I would choose Crane Map out of those two. Second, when listening to public comments these past few weeks, Detroiters preferred Crane Map. It was obvious. I heard a lot about Huron and Sotella V1, but they were more focused on partisan fairness, and most of those commentators belong to a certain group. And as one of the commissioners said, many of the commentators were told which maps to like without really looking at other maps, and I believe this 100%. So let's do what Detroiters want and choose Crane A1, since most of the commissioners want this version of Crane. Let me remind this commission that we are back here today redrawing maps because Detroiters did not get their fair districts, and that's what Detroiters want, and the courts found. So choose Crane A1. Thanks, commissioners, and thanks again for having every map version now respecting the Chaldean community. I am truly grateful to all of you commissioners for listening. Special thanks to Commissioner Callahan, Commissioner Sotella, and Commissioner Eid. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Yusuf, for addressing the commission. Next up is Dylan Linklater.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Good morning, Dylan.
Hi, I'm Dylan Linklater. I live in Rochester Hills. I was just coming on here today to voice my support for map 404 again. I think here in Rochester, it creates the most partisan fairness with the corridor between Troy, Rochester Hills. So yeah, I think that map 404 is just, the one that is going to create the best maps and the best fairness. And I hope that that's the one that you guys end up going with. So thank you for all you're doing again, and have a good rest of your day.
Thank you for addressing the commission. We appreciate your comments.
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Please.
we would like to acknowledge Commissioner Kellum. Can you just give us a present, please, ma'am?
Present.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Young, and welcome to Commissioner Cullen. Next up is Noor Alhamid.
Noor, please unmute yourself.
Hello, Commission. Can you guys hear me?
We can. Good morning, Noor.
Good morning. My name is Noor, and I want to talk about Anshian. I just want to talk about all the different maps and which one I'm in favor. I'm in favor of Stella Map Version 2. It gives the best representation for the Chaldean community that we so sorely needed. But it also unites the Bengali community here in Madison Heights as well. And yeah, I just wanted to stop in and just kind of give a public comment about what I think about the map. Thank you guys so much about your hard work that you do. And that's everything I have.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next up, we have Alex King.
Hi, Commissioners. Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Good morning to you all. And thank you so much for all the hard work you're putting into this. I wanted to speak as a lifelong resident of the Livonia community in favor of the satellite map and to express my utmost concern at the proposed Cardinal and Crane maps. I really like the Sotella map. I think it's awesome for Livonia COIs because District 6 would put all the dense inner ring suburbs together in a really diverse and compact district. And that is phenomenal for our Wayne County suburban communities of interest. In contrast, Crane pulls us through Northville, chopping up the Novi Northville community of interest and sticking us with communities that we don't have that same relationship that we do with the inner ring suburbs. And then Cardinal is drawn such that it's going to entirely disregard every community of interest in our area and just make up lines wherever it feels like going and drawing the district. To be perfectly clear, Crane is a bad map, but Cardinal is the absolute worst. Please take my words to heart and please support the Satella map. It works for Livonia, makes our voices heard. And I thank you for taking the time to listen to me today. That's why.
Thank you for addressing the commission. We'll return to in-person comments at this time. We have one more person that signed up to speak in person. Mr. Clement.
Back again. Thank you, Commissioner, for having me. Just two things. Number one, we were decided to be voted on to decide the maps as a committee, not by having interest groups to come in and support. I looked at all the maps and overwhelmingly people support 404 or 403, the Satella map. I'm not sure what community that comes and say they represent Detroit and said the Crane map represents Detroit, but that's not the case. So again, remember your charge. You guys are here to support what the people say. Overwhelmingly people support 404 or 403. We want fair government and good balanced government representation of fairness in our maps. Thanks again, guys.
Thank you, Norman. We do have a question from Commissioner Kellum.
Do you mind sharing what about the Crane map is problematic?
So the Crane map is problematic because what happens is, yes, you get your minority representation, but what happens is those other fringe groups outside of the partisanship will be greater. So what's the point of having 2 or 3 Black representation when all the other representation doesn't look like you, doesn't share the same values with you, and they go to the extreme? We had this when we had the last government, when folks came in, and overwhelmingly the people supported not having emergency managers. That partisan group, both in the House and Senate, we had representation, voted against the people's will and put in the Constitution. After that, that's when Flint happens. That's when Benton Harbor happens. That's when Detroit all that happened with bad water. The people have spoken to this panel over time and time again. 404 gives the best partisan fairness and representation. Then 403 gives it. If you want to go to other, maybe Huron does a better than that. But Cardinal and Crane do not do that. And we'll be back in the same boat again. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. We'll return to the remote public comments. Next up is Kermit Williams.
Hello, Commission. Can you hear me?
Good morning. We can, Kermit.
Oh, great, great. I listened to the debate that you had yesterday before you voted to adjourn for the evening, and I just appreciate not only all the comments that the commissioners made, but that you are being thankful and thoughtful through it. One of the things that I took kind of umbrage with is the fact that because a map is not a coordinated map, it should not be considered. And a lot of people are leaning on a worse map because it was made in a group. I sure that before you vote today, that you look at what you did with the house maps. And the house maps, you didn't just lean toward what the plaintiffs were saying. You were looking at what was the best maps for the community. I ask that you do the same thing. I feel like there's a hypersensitivity because the commission got sued by some Detroiters and some fringe groups. But one of the things that needs to be looked at is the totality of Michigan. And so it's all about fair representation overall. The Crane map does not do that on so many different levels. I just remember being in the audience and the Southwest Detroiters were saying they were in support of the Satella map, and yet and still I just hear Crane, Crane, Crane over and over again when people know that it scores the worst on all of the areas that you are looking at. So I want to thank you, and I ask you to be courageous today as you vote.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next up is Omar Jazarli.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, good morning, Omar.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. Thanks for asking. Please proceed.
Hello, everyone. My name is Omar Jazz, and as the commission works to finalize the maps during the Senate redraw process, I once again upload the Satella map, or map 404. This is the best map to protect the voices of communities of interest, such as the Muslim community and the Asian community. On a personal level, map 404 keeps Troy and Rochester together, which it matters to me because I'm a Troy resident and I spend a lot of time in Rochester Hills. The communities in both cities are very much connected. For example, the Asian communities are very connected because of the mosques and other places of interest in Rochester Hills and Troy. Keep in mind that the Crane map also may keep these same communities of interest intact, but the map lacks partisan fairness. Per the Constitution, maps should take into account communities of interest and adhere to partisan fairness. And the Satella map is much better to do that. Thank you for your time today and all your hard work as we get into the finish line. Let's pick maps that are fair and protect the voices of all communities, including communities of color and immigrant communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Omar, for addressing the commission. Next up is Taha Najam.
Good morning, Commission. Can you hear me?
We can, welcome.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. My name is Taha, and I'm a college student at Wayne State University. I believe that the Satella map, or map 404, is the best at making sure that communities of interest have their voices heard. For example, the Muslim communities are kept together in Hamtramck with neighboring areas of Detroit, as well as Dearborn, with Dearborn Heights. The Satella map also protects community of color. For example, it includes Pontiac together with like-minded communities in Oakland County, such as Southfield, which helps protect Black voters as a whole in Oakland County. As two other people said, I know that the Crane map may also keep these same communities of interest intact, but the Constitution requires that maps taken into account communities of interest and adhere to partisan fairness. And the Satella map is much better with regards to partisan fairness. And I just want to thank you guys for your time and all the hard work that you guys do. And let's just work together to protect different communities and protect our democracy for everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next up is Alex McGuire.
Hello, commissioners. Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning, Alex.
Good morning. Hello, commissioners. I'm kind of surprised by what I've seen over the last couple of days, but I think that I figured it out. I believe I know why only one of the commissioners has been willing to vote for the Satella map during the first two rounds of voting. It's not because the Satella map is a bad map. On the contrary, your own data shows it's the best map on partisan fairness and representing the maximal number of communities of interest as well. It can't be because of a lack of public support, because it's gotten more public traction than any other, and the report that you got at the start of this week told you as such. It's so obvious that the primary reason that commissioners aren't voting for the Satella map is because you just don't like Rebecca. But this shouldn't be about whether you get along or like somebody or ever want to see them again. You're at the finish line here, and Satella made a good map. The outpouring of support and data prove it. And I challenge supporters of Crane.
Please address the commission as a whole. Thank you. You can continue.
I challenge supporters of Crane to explain why it is more reflective than Satella's map on more COIs and better for partisan fairness, and to prove that it has more support among Detroiters, because we all know that that's not what the reports say. You all claim to care about COIs, partisan fairness, and what the public has to say. If ultimately you still pass Crane after today, it will be self-evident that you never cared about partisan fairness or communities of interest or what Detroiters demanded, because you wouldn't have voted for Crane otherwise. Thank you.
I think we might have a question for you, Alex. I see Commissioner Lang's hand is raised.
Thank you, Chair Eid. It's not so much a question, but when allegations are made, I want it to be public record that I have nothing against Commissioner Satella. I actually get along very well with Commissioner Satella. We don't always agree on anything, but I think Commissioner Satella would tell anybody in the public that there is no ill will between either of us. So I just want that to be public because making the assumption that we all do not like Commissioner Zatella is unfair to the entire commission. So I just want that on public record. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lang. Thank you, Alex, for addressing the commission. We appreciate your comments.
Commissioner Eid, I had my hand up if he's still available.
Alex, we do have a question. Are you still there?
I'm still here.
Go ahead, Commissioner Zatella.
So Mr. McGuire, last time you spoke, there was a suggestion that somehow I had met with you, coordinated with you, and that I was behind your comments. Have we ever had any contact whatsoever?
Oh, never. I've never spoken to you like ever in my whole life. I've never heard of you outside of these hearings, and I've never spoken to you.
Thank you.
Any more questions for Mr. McGuire? All right, next up is Renee Rapley.
Renee, it looks like you are unmuted. If you're speaking, we cannot hear you. Now you are on mute. If you can try and unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
We can now. Go ahead. Thank you.
Hi, I'm a lifelong resident of Melvindale. I wanted to come here and speak on the Zatella map 404. I've spoken a couple of times here that the Zatella map is the way to go. It is best for the Melvindale community to be supported. I am growing concern over the number of Detroit political figures that came out of the woodwork to suddenly support the Crane map. The 2018 petition that created this commission was done so in order to have regular people be represented rather than beholden to the whims and ambitions of established politicos. And if this commission were to pass the Crane map, or worst of all, the Cardinal map, they would be no better than the gerrymanders of the 80s and 90s that created this disparity for Black communities of interest. Thank you for giving me this time to speak. Please support the Zatella map 404.
Thank you, Renee. We do have a question for you from Commissioner Kellum.
Hi, Renee, it's Commissioner Kellum. Good morning. My question to you is what do you like about the map that supports the citizens of Detroit or the Detroit area? Can you speak specifically to that?
Commissioner Kellum, that public comment participant has dropped off the
went away?
meeting. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Megan. It's fine.
All right, we do have one more person who is signed up to speak in person, so we will go to them at this time. We have Joan Gist. Hi, good morning, Joan.
Good morning, and good morning to all of you commissioners. I did submit in writing what I have wanted to indicate, but I am 74 years old. I'm a native Detroiter, and I have been gerrymandered ever since I have been in Detroit. And if you think what you have done thus far is fair, equitable, and is going to support all the constituents of Michigan, you're sadly mistaken. And I'm sorry to say that if you are still going to be missing out on the history of this country, again, you're sadly mistaken. I am tired of being written off. I am tired of being not heard. I am tired of my votes not going the way they should. This commission was challenged to bring about a fair and equitable formula for all citizens to benefit from. Not just your white supremacists, not just your elite or your economically advantaged individuals, but all individuals. And again, what you've done, and I understand the government wrote the policy on redlining. So when is this commission going to take a look at the truths of how redlining began and what you can do as constituents that were voted on to this commission to make a change?
Joan,
Change does start with us.
your
So
time
yes,
is,
I am against what you guys are doing. I am for the proposed redistricting Crane 1 plan.
thank you
Okay,
for,
does that make sense? I'm sorry, did you have a question for me?
I did. I wanted you to speak to specifically, what do you like about, what do you think the Crane map does specifically for Detroit?
It evens out the boundaries. It evens out the distribution of voters. It breaks down the redlining that we have systemically seen when the government introduced it.
Are you speaking of the District 3 that primarily goes from Belle Isle all the way up to where the old State Fair? That's one hunk of Detroit. Is that what you're saying?
Don't you think that's a large hunk?
Yes. So
Yeah.
that's what you prefer. That's what I'm asking, because that's what's in the Crane map.
Look, it goes from Belle Isle to 8 Mile. It's covering the northeastern district of Detroit. And that's where a lot of us live.
Okay. And there's no other district. Everything else includes another district. So I'm just making sure that I'm understanding you.
I mean, we're not going to get it perfect the first time.
Okay, great.
I know, I understand that. I'm just trying to see some eradication of the redlining that has been imposed by our government since it was written. And all I'm indicating, I'm sorry, sir. Well, I know it's a red line map.
all right,
Excuse me, please
folks,
address the
sorry, I
commission only.
it's all right.
The voices from the audience.
It's all
but,
right. Everyone is on turn to speak. and
As
we-
again, I'm a native Detroiter. I
Right.
choose to be a Detroiter. I am not going to let anybody run me out of Detroit.
I got you, Joan, but your time is up and we do have a lot of comments to get to.
But thank you very much for at least hearing me out.
Yes, thank you for addressing the commission. Next up is Wayne. Hi, good morning, Wayne.
I'm back again. I'm just saying the same thing I said before in the past, that it seemed like we've been separated, like we're getting separated, from division. Why fixing something that ain't never been broken? All of a sudden we getting divided from different areas. And it seemed like I said before, we go across Southfield, we can't make no decision.
Wayne, can you just speak into the microphone so the folks online can hear? You can hold it, just speak into it.
Yeah, we can't go across Southfield and make decisions. And it seems like when you come to Detroit, everything get divided and they can do what they want to do. We don't know, Detroit may not know the areas that Southfield, Milford, or whatever, up north, anywhere, may not know about the area. But you come to Detroit, it seems like you know everything about us. And it seems like it's dividing. It's like overcome, and it's like decision make without even our decision. It's just like you come over here and just do what you want to do. And then we can't do the same thing across 8 Mile or whatever. And my thing is like, what is this all about? Even though it's about maps and areas and everything that's getting separated. But what is this decision when it come down to what you guys are really doing? Is this things hidden behind closed doors or what? Because I understand a little bit, but it just still seems like it's unfair, because now all of a sudden you're making a decision right quick now. It's like it's coming up real rapidly. And people still don't understand and don't really know what's going on. You still got a lot of people still out in the dark of what's going on. It's maybe a majority of much people to come, and we still kind of like in a situation where we don't understand what's going on. And my thing is that, it should stay the way it stayed. Regardless of how many people losing or how many people going in and out, whatever, it seems like the situation should be still the same like it was in the past. That's my comment. Thank you for letting me speak my word.
Thank you, Wayne. I appreciate your comments and thank you for addressing the commission. Next up is Lauren Balcosa. Good morning. You're okay. We're still, anyone who signs up to speak before we're done with all of these speakers that we got online are allowed, so.
I don't have a clue of the topic since I just walked in. So I think I better wait and listen people maybe later on. If I catch up, then I can ask question if I have any question to ask.
Okay, you'd like to speak later, is what you're saying?
Yeah, because I don't know exactly. I received an email a couple hours ago and I'd say, okay, let me go and see what's going on. So I wasn't here at the beginning, so I don't have any specific thing to
Gotcha.
say for right now. So I just
Okay, well, maybe we can provide you with some information.
Yes,
out
some
front and
information later on.
Come
yeah.
back to you at a later time.
Yes, yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we will return to the virtual public comment. We have Madison Steigerwald.
Hi, good morning, commissioners. Can you guys hear me?
We can, Madison. Good morning.
All right. Hi. First, I would like to thank the commissioners for their work with this matter. My name is Madison Steigerwald, and I was born and raised in District 4, more specifically Riverview. As a lifelong resident, I am very aware of the working class roots that unite the downriver communities, valuing hard work, integrity, and most importantly, family. This is why I'm here today speaking in support of the Satella map. The original Satella map gave community of interest representation to essential industrial workers, the backbone of our district, to both work and reside in District 4, thus integrating the interests of working families and key industries. Given that our downriver communities have historically struggled with health issues and environmental contamination from some of these major regional industries, it is imperative that the downriver community have the unified Senate representation we deserve and need. And this Satella map is the one map that would do right by us. Thank you.
Thank you, Madison, for addressing the commission. Next to speak is Kenya Willard.
Good morning, Commission. My name is
Good morning, Kenya.
Good morning. My name is Kenya Willard. I'm a longtime Detroiter, born and raised. I have been in District 8 for over 30 years, and I feel the 404 map provides the most partisan fairness. This 404 map, it helps the majority of African Americans in this district to elect candidates of their choice that may align with their beliefs and values, compared to another district map that minimalizes the African Americans' voting power and preferred candidates. This district is also a close packed district. So I would like for you all to consider upholding the 404 map, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next to speak is Mercedes Douglas.
Good morning, Commission. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my comments. I want to just recognize what a huge step in our democracy it is that we are here discussing district maps that not only have been made with citizen collaboration, but have also integrated citizen comment throughout, and that citizens should be integrally involved in this process should be the most obvious aspect of our democracy. But unfortunately, it hasn't happened. So I am very grateful that I'm living in a state that has chosen to prioritize this. All right, that said, I am personally, I continue my support for the Satella and Heron maps. These, as a resident of District 8, I feel that these maps not only make it not only increase Black residents' rights to fair representation and to have candidates who are oriented towards Black residents' needs. I believe that these maps both make logical and fair divisions in the city boundaries, and don't just look for arbitrary divisions as we would see, for example, in Crane, and definitely isn't looking to take us backwards to lack of representation as Cardinal would. So I strongly endorse Zatella 404, especially for its efforts to address Chaldean representation. And I thank you again for your time and for all of the hard work that you have done.
Thank you for addressing the commission. We appreciate your comments. Next up is Aaron Mahoney.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Good morning, Aaron.
Good morning, everybody. I am just calling. I've been following this for a while, and my concern is, I guess I just don't understand why you have one map that has a ton of support from the community, and you have another one that has been against all of the metrics that you've been looking into. You have one guy who has like an account online. I've been following this for a while. He posts with a fake name, posting 27 comments negating the Zatella map. And you're going to call that authentic participation. I'm obviously in support of this Zatella map, as it treats my friends and family in Macomb County with the respect they deserve and represents the community there. Shout out to Warren, Michigan. I'm entirely against the Crane map. I believe that map is only going to be used to service certain established politicians, and the Cardinal map. I don't know who drew that, but it's clear that when they drew that, they never set foot in Macomb. Thank you for giving me the time to speak here today.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next up is David Bell.
Good morning, Commission.
Good morning. Welcome.
Yes, my name is David Bell. I'm a lifelong resident of Wayne County, born and raised in Detroit. And I am deeply concerned by what I'm seeing with the Crane map. I know the commission has heard it before, and I'm surprised that this mistake has happened again, but with the usage of 8 Mile, with no interruptions whatsoever to separate Wayne County communities from Macomb and Oakland County communities, with no deviations from, this is like literally tearing the page out of the 1960s, when it was in vogue to racially segregate folks by using voting maps. The fact that you're doing it anyway here is beyond me. Like, come on, bro. Like, be at least remotely aware of historical context, even if you may not intend it that way. Crane is a standard bearer for racial gerrymanders and is the ghost of racist past, and is seeking to enact a racist future on purpose or by design. Man, just do better. That's all I got to say. Vote no on Crane. It's a no-go. Thank you.
Thank you, David. We do have a question from Commissioner Kellum.
Good morning, David. If you're still online, are you?
Yep.
Hi. Is there a map that you've had the opportunity to look at that you prefer, although none of the maps are perfect? And if so, can you speak to what it does specifically for the community? The reason why I'm asking is we're hearing a lot of names of maps and numbers of maps from Detroiters, and I'm glad to hear from fellow Detroiters. But we need you all to say what you like. I need you to make your neighborhoods and your streets come alive and explain why a map either is not preferential or why you enjoy another map that's out there.
Well, I enjoy 404 because it's keeping District 1, House District 1 together as far as those communities off the water, off the riverfront. I work down there. I have family that lives off the water near downtown and downriver. And, you know, it keeps everything together as far as them. I live in District 6, Inkster, Michigan, and we have a lot of different cities and communities that we all integrate with. My kids go to school in Wayne Westland schools. I live in Inkster. And District 6, that's kept together with 404. So that's the reason why I'm rocking with that map.
Thank you so much. That was really specific.
Next up is Mari Reimer.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Mari Reimer. I'm a Michigan resident and an Asian American. My mother is Japanese and my father's family is from Roseville. And my grandfather was a plastics engineer for Chrysler. I wanted to reiterate that I think the Zatella map is the best one. I think this one has the most respect for the various communities in the Macomb County area. I like how the Asian American communities are represented here on this map, and it keeps Warren together and united, which has been a major concern of the community there. And the Asian American community in Macomb County extends up into Fraser and Sterling Heights, and I think that the Zatella map does the best job of connecting that community throughout the district, throughout District 11. And I wholeheartedly endorse it. And so I hope that the commission adopts map 404. And I also want to add that I am not in support of the Crane map because it is splitting Warren in half. The Stella map has a couple of precincts that get pulled off of Warren, which is reasonable and understandable, but I believe it is inexcusable for Crane and Cardinal to be cracking Warren so ridiculously. That's it. And thank you very much for your hard work.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next up is Kyle Stefanski.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to address the commission. My name is Kyle Stefanski. I'm a lifelong resident of Warren. And I appreciate the work you're doing. I know it's not easy, but it is necessary work. I want to express my support for the Zatella 404 map and my disapproval of the Cardinal map. It's important to have partisan fairness, and the Zatella map demonstrates that. The city of Warren is the third largest city in Michigan, and it's kept together in the Zatella map, which is important. The Bangladesh community of interest along the Ryan Road corridor is kept entirely together, which is also important. The Chaldean community is also kept together in this map. The Zatella map allows Madison Heights to be connected with Warren, which the two have a historic relationship with. It doesn't isolate Warren from Oakland County, which is also important. So it's important to note that the Cardinal map reinstitutes gerrymandering, so it must be rejected. Reject that map. I urge you to adopt the Zatella 404 map and reject the Cardinal map. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next up is Jamie Rowe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. Yesterday, this commission became deadlocked on achieving a constitutional majority to choose a map. The map that seemed to gain the most support was the Crane A1 map. Several commissioners on both sides of the debate indicated that Cardinal map could be a fallback position. The Cardinal map is fair, despite the comments we've heard today, and best represents the interests of my home area in Macomb County. Constitutional majority cannot be achieved today on the Crane A1 map. I ask that you please include the Cardinal map in consideration when it comes to ranked choice voting. The last thing anyone in this state wants is a random draw out of a hat. Cardinal, I will also note, unites the Chippewa Valley School District in my home community in Macomb Township, along with Clinton Township. Chippewa Valley is the 7th largest school district in the state, right behind Plymouth Canton, which you've gone to great lengths to connect. Cardinal also keeps Plymouth and Canton together. Cardinal scores right at the top of partisan fairness, and absent the negative comments from Lansing and Ann Arbor that attacked it wrongly on partisan fairness, it scores right at the top in positive comments. I thank you for your time, and I hope that you will consider the Cardinal map when you go into your final deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next up is Tracy Pease.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Good morning, Tracy.
Okay, good morning. And thank you for having me speak. I am in favor and have been for quite some time for the 404 Zatella map. I am a longtime resident of Hazel Park. So I'm good. I'm good with that with this map. However, I wanted everyone, not just the commission, but also the members of the public, to remember the reason why that we needed to redistrict again. It was because communities of color were not being given fair representation. And as we have learned, representation matters. So if the 404 map, the Zatella map, is what the majority of the communities of color are looking towards, then we have no choice but to adopt it. They have, they have a right to proper representation, which they have not had for such a very long time, and why we are here again today with redistricting of the map.
Thank you, Tracy, for addressing the commission. Next up is Sherry Gay Danyogo.
Thank you. Thank you again for your time. Again, I know this is hard work and I appreciate everything that you're doing. I listened yesterday and a lot of the constructive questions was asked about communities of interest. I live in the 6th district. I understand some comments were made about Brightmoor. You guys did an excellent job of bringing that in, especially based on what was done with the house map, putting Brightmoor and having Birmingham. Now, this community over here, if you layer the city council district, we're all used to working together. Brightmoor, North Rosedale, where I live, Rosedale, Minnock Park, Grandmont 1. If you look at the schools right in Brightmoor, you have a school that is busting at the seams with 800 students. We have Edison and Cook right here in North Rosedale and Grandmont. These schools share in common Title I students and issues. I've heard a number of callers call in and talk about the Crane would be a racial gerrymander. That is not correct. In fact, you have the NAACP, which is anchored in this community as well, who supports it, the Michigan Democratic Party Black Caucus. But more than that, the AGV Vincent plaintiffs who sued in the first place. People talking about the partisan fairness and moving forward with a map that would address that instead of making sure that we have Black representation isn't fair, because we have a Democratic House, Senate, and governor's office, and no one has addressed the issues of redlining. No one has addressed the issue of poor access and issues with environmental concerns and the emergency manager. So please be mindful of that. We're asking for a Black representation. The Michigan policy.
Thank you, Sherry, for addressing the commission. We appreciate your comments. Next up is Mary Ann Fontana.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can. Good morning,
Hello?
Mary.
Yeah.
Please proceed.
Hi. Yeah, okay, so unfortunately you've caught me. There's a doctor appointment that I'm now sitting in the lobby. The same thing happened to me last time, so I hope I can get this in a minute and a half. First of all, I support the Zatella map. Let me get you, because I've been listening since this morning. I was able to listen a little bit yesterday. One of the comments that you may remember Gary Moore had, because I know he's really done a very deep dive into this, and this happens to be somebody that I know. And one of the things that he pointed out, and I think it's important, is that he looked at all the maps, top scoring VRA maps, and basically, as far as the map that respected the communities of interest more than any other map was the Zatella map. This was back sometime in earlier in June. I went back and tried to find that comment. So I hear what everybody's saying. The whole purpose of this, obviously, is for the fairest maps. We have communities of interest as number 3 in the criteria, and partisan fairness is number 4. If you're going to use that order, I think you need to then really respect the Zatella map. I also know that, some people, there were some comments earlier about choosing a map from one of the commissioners as opposed to a collaborative map, but I thought that I heard at some point in the conversation that this was a collaborative map. It started out as that. So really please support the Zatella map. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary, for addressing the commission. We appreciate your comments. I hope your appointment goes well. Next up is Cameron Edward.
Hello, Commission. Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning, Cam.
Hello, Commission. My name is Cameron Edward. I'm a lifelong resident of Sterling Heights, Michigan, and I'm also a proud representative of the Ukrainian American community. I'm here on behalf of our non-English speaking community leaders. First and foremost, we are staunchly in favor of the map 404, which is also known as the Zatella map. The Zatella map is the only map that has taken into account the locations of the Ukrainian village, the Ukrainian credit unions, the Ukrainian Cultural Center, and the Immaculate Conception Ukrainian Catholic School and the housing locations of the Ukrainian community, and we are grateful for that. It is paramount in these most sensitive times that the Ukrainian community, which is concentrated in Warren, be allowed to stay together, and the Zatella map is the one that does that best. We implore this commission to not only, well, wait, one second. We implore this commission to not insult our community by implementing the Crane map, as it would be a slap at the face of our community that has persisted here for over 80 years. We will not and should not be divided by lines that do not represent our community. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Cameron, for addressing the commission. We appreciate your comments. Next up is Lori Boyce.
Hello, my name is Lori Boyce, and I am a resident of Farmington Hills, but I've lived both on the east side and downriver over the years. I am here to testify in favor of 404 and against Crane. I asked the commission to approve the best map possible, not just simply a map that is adequate for purposes of the courts. I previously testified in support of 404 and 376, but given changes to Heron, I understand is no longer a fair map, and therefore I no longer support it. I am surprised Crane is now getting so much attention, since the day I previously testified, only one person out of over 40 people testified supported Crane, but said 404 was okay too. I oppose Crane because it nonsensically splits several COIs, such as Novi, Northville, Plymouth, Warren, and Clinton Township, as well as the Clinton River watershed. Map 404 does not break these COIs up. This map apparently is being pushed strongly by politicians, and that is not a good reason to adopt a map. No other maps even come close to 404 in terms of fairness, keeping COIs together, and respecting the public comments that have been made. Specifically, it has the most COIs kept in place and has overwhelming support from Detroiters, the reason we are here today. I want to thank the commissioners for listening to the people and doing their best to address the various COIs in the Zatella map. A question for the commission: why Crane, where there was next to no one showing up to speak in favor of it? Why isn't the public testimony that overwhelmingly supports 404?
Thank you, Lori, for addressing the commission. We appreciate your comments. Next up is Linda Kahn-Gale.
Good morning. I'm Linda Kahn-Gale from West Bloomfield. I'm here to ask you to choose the Zatella map 404, or alternately, the Kellam map. These maps both have good partisan fairness scores and help many communities. They keep Oak Park and Southfield together, where a large segment of the Jewish community lives. Keeping these communities together strengthens Jewish voices. The Zatella map also helps the Black community gain proper representation by connecting Pontiac, Southfield, Royal Oak Township, and Oak Park. They share communities of interest. It also helps with the needs of the Chaldean community. Both Zatella and Kellam maps help many communities, and I urge you to support either, especially Zatella. Thank you, commissioners, for your continued work.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next up is Judy Maija.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning, Judy.
Hi, thank you very much for everything that you guys do. I know this is long and tedious work. I want to draw your attention to issues that are unintentionally being created in your proposed Crane A1 map in regard to the fact that it moves Wyandotte out of District 4 and into District 1. Watching the hearings from last night, I saw that this was done following complaints from the residents of Southgate who were initially moved into District 1, and the fix was to move them back and put Wyandotte in instead. This is not a fix that is fair or equitable to the residents of Wyandotte, which is the heart of Downriver. Downriver is a very real community of interest. We share Downriver mutual aid, bridges, problems with McLeod Steel Plant, all things that our state senator has been involved on helping with. Putting Wyandotte in Senate District 1 does a huge injustice to the thousands of residents in that community and frankly makes no sense. There are other areas that could be pulled from to add population to District 1 that share similar communities of interest. I've watched closely and commented on this process many times before. Wyandotte was removed from its existing congressional district, and when objections were voiced to that, the justification was not all communities of interest could be kept together on the congressional level, so considerations will be made for these communities on the state level. Well, here we are at the state level, and Wyandotte is again being removed from its existing common sense place with other downriver communities and shoved into a district that includes Detroit, which has very big, very real concerns that should be addressed by a state senator. I've seen firsthand what it looks like to have a congressional rep who only represents Detroit, and it's not good. Please.
Thank you, Judy, for addressing the commission. We appreciate your comments. Next up is Karen Schaefer.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Good morning, Karen.
Thank you. I live in Wyandotte, and like the previous caller, I had some concerns about us being moved out of District 4 into District 1. The downriver communities, including Wyandotte, share a joint first responder team, animal control, environmental concerns, infrastructure, schools, community events, etc. There's a reason we're called the Downriver community. It's because we are a community of interest. So I think that moving Wyandotte out of the Downriver area technically breaks up the community of interest. And previous redistricting, as the previous commenter mentioned, put us with Detroit for Congress under the premise that our community of interest would be represented better at the state level. And this takes that away. So I strongly oppose moving Wyandotte to District 1.
Thank you for addressing the commission.
Thank you for hearing me.
Chair Eid,
We might have a question for you from Commissioner Lang.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Eid. I just wanted to make sure you saw my hand before she dropped. I was wondering, you're talking about Wyandotte and the Downriver community. Through this process, I've tried to understand the downriver community and what encompasses it. So could you tell me what your definition of the downriver community is?
Sure. To me, it's basically the geographical area south of Detroit along the river. So that's Wyandotte, Southgate, Riverview, Groseal. You know, I live very close to Groseal, although I live in Wyandotte, but we have two different Congress people, right? So it makes it difficult when we do have community funds and coordination among elected officials to do all of these, you know, like the first responder team, animal control, etc. If we're not in the same district, it makes it difficult because then you have to coordinate, you know, two different districts to try and maintain those existing organizations that we've worked really hard to build.
Okay. Thank you for that. I see another commissioner's hand up, so I don't want to take time away from anybody, but thank you for kind of giving me a clarification. I appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you.
Oh, it's Commissioner Muldoon, actually. Go ahead, Commissioner.
So, and I understand Southgate and Wyandotte both downriver. In that particular map for population, one of the two had to be selected. And being Wyandotte's on the water, north end of Wyandotte being in BASF, more industrial than Southgate. I guess in your opinion, why is Wyandotte over, or why is Southgate should be in one versus Wyandotte?
Well, I don't know.
Southgate's
I
way off
don't
the water,
necessarily
no
understand.
industrial.
I'm sorry. I don't necessarily understand why Southgate needs to be moved to either. There are other areas further north that could go to fill that spot in the district.
On that particular map, though, that is the south end of the district. So you have to pull population from somewhere in this particular map, in the Crane map. So if you were looking at Southgate and Wyandotte, Southgate versus Wyandotte, and I understand I'm from downriver, I've lived there for 20 years now.
Right.
So I understand, but looking at population in the city, does not Wyandotte have more industry? Yes, it is still residential than Southgate.
I don't know that it does, for sure. And
BASF.
I also feel like Wyandotte is actually on the river. So we are affected by those issues, you know, wildlife and maintaining clean water and all of those things affect us far more directly than they do Southgate.
Correct, which E-Course, River Rouge, that section of Detroit is all waterfront running up that district. So it has similar to that area compared to Southgate not being on the water.
I guess I don't understand what you're asking.
So the one complaint, you know, reading online, I've heard both ways that Southgate or Wyandotte being waterfront, which District 1 runs up the waterfront, with the industry area concerns have the same, the air, the water running up the riverfront. So does not Wyandotte have similar interests of the waterfront versus Southgate? Southgate now would be tied into, if you left it in District 1, originally in the Crane, Southgate doesn't have the same air and water concerns as Wyandotte would to that riverfront.
Well, and Wyandotte does not have the same concerns as Detroit as concerns the waterfront. Their waterfront is completely different from ours.
No, your water runs all the way down the river from the north end.
No, the water is there. It's
All
the
right,
same
everyone,
water, but
let's
it's
bring
not
it
same
back.
waterfront. Yeah.
It's all in the Detroit River.
Yeah, and if you go downtown Detroit and if you go downtown Wyandotte, they're two completely different things.
We do have another hand raised, Commissioner Zatello.
Good morning, Ms. Schaefer. So
good morning.
I don't know if you've looked at individual maps, but the map that's been mentioned a lot today is the Zatella 404. And that map has Southgate and Wyandotte together with.
Yes, that is the map I support.
Okay, all right. I was
Yeah.
gonna say, it doesn't have to be a choice between Southgate being in Detroit or Wyandotte. We have maps where they're together and with the rest of the downriver
Exactly.
community, all the way down to the Huron River. Thank you.
Exactly. Thank you.
All right. We'll return to in-person public comment. I'll invite again Lauren Bell Cosa to the mic.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Welcome.
Yeah. My name is Lauren Bell. I'm a public health student at South University for my bachelor degree. And all we talk about all the time, it's how to get the safe environment, how to get the community involved in order to come together to do what's right for the citizen. And my second topic is has the representative of the Ukraine has said, the non-speaking English community. I'm pretty much involved in Detroit community through through Sherry Danielgo. I'm always involved because it's important to know what happened to your community, to know what is going in your community, since you're part of it, if you can be helpful. So my concern is this. In Detroit is a very nice city. I moved from Boston in 2009 for Detroit. And what made me move to Detroit is the warmness of people. It's the gentleness of the people. So that's what made me move to Detroit. So in Detroit, we need, the city has some time to go through those environmental, like residential environmental, like buildings environmental, because sometimes those environmental, they're not safe to be living. I even fought one time with my landlord and we end up at the court in Detroit because the environmental wasn't safe. What was happening, it wasn't safe for the people who were living there. So this is my address to you guys.
Thank you for addressing the commission. We appreciate your comments. We also have Gary Moorhead, who signed up to speak today.
Good morning, commissioners. Thank you for all your work as always. I'm so glad for what happened yesterday. The quality of your deliberations towards the end of the day, I thought got better and better, and I was really glad to see that. And also, frankly, I'm glad that you didn't wrap up the process last night. I'm sure it would have been easier for you, but all this public input that was wanting to come is great too. I really do think you're making progress. It may come down to, I don't know, 2 maps at some point. And I just want to say quickly that had a conversation with a commissioner. What if there was one map that was stellar on everything, stellar on this, in the usual, would you vote for that map? And I'm thinking it's a slam dunk. And the answer was, I would have to see if it was collaboratively drawn or not. Well, that's taking collaboratively drawn and putting it up above the court requirements and the state constitution requirements, which isn't what we're supposed to be about here. So I just want to offer that to say that regardless of author, it's the features of the map that the public will benefit or not benefit from. And so please put that features ahead of authors. Thank you.
Mr. Moorhead, I have a question. Hi, Commissioner Kellum here. What?
Yes,
feature-
ma'am. And thank you for all your hard work. And for, I want, if I can for getting the Phoenix / Kellam map into the final consideration.
I know, I wish it didn't have my name on it, but yes, Phoenix map.
We can
Thank
call
you.
it, what is it, like 40, whatever?
403. Yeah.
403, you can call it that.
So what features do you appreciate most in the maps? And I think at this point, we know the names of the maps, but today the ear that I'm listening with is what people enjoy most. And I think that will naturally direct us towards a map. If you have a preferred map, please do mention that.
Okay.
But what do you want to see? And if you want to share what city or places that you've enjoyed and why that's important when we're talking about representation, like color the conversation basically is what I'm asking. Yeah.
Okay. I like to go in the order of the state requirements, and I guess the court goes above that, but you've met, was it core retention and all the rest, so you're good there. For me, VRA, and I don't know if you call the African American community a community of interest, or you call it a VRA thing, or you call it Detroit wants this, or whatever you call it. I got an adjunct to that. I live in District 7. It can be a VRA district. And Birmingham, God love them, keep getting stuck in with Pontiac. And it's the same complaint with sticking Birmingham in with, the Grand River and I-96 region in Detroit in the Hickory map. So I like maps that don't have Birmingham, that put Birmingham over with Troy, not Birmingham with Pontiac. That would be my VRA number one thing. I like, COIs a lot. I put a post out there that said, I counted up all the COIs that you guys mentioned. I mean, Close Up has done incredibly exhaustive. I just said, okay, what's most important that you guys mentioned it when you're in your introductions, and toted them up. There are, many maps are okay, but some are better. And there are two that were better. 404 was one of them, but there was another one, and I'm blanking on that, and I'm sorry. It might have been your map. I'm not sure. Okay, then I move to partisan fairness. I would really appreciate if we don't go backwards on partisan fairness from Linden. I think this is an opportunity to go forward. Oh, I'll say something. There's a like a permissive approach to standards. Like when you talk to the lawyers, they'll tell you, don't do this because it will get you in trouble. It's like a double negative. And that's okay, but it doesn't help you make a decision. So there's a decisive kind of standard too, which is like, do we want to go for better than just okay? And I hope you'll go for better than okay on all those measures.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next up is Virgil Smith.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Welcome, Mr. Smith.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank you for all the work. I understand this is excruciating work. I've heard numerous comments. One, I understand some of the angst with the crane map, but we're trying, from Detroit to develop a map that will have equal representation for us, that doesn't dilute us into the suburbs. So that's why we're supportive of the crane map in Detroit. I have no issue with the Satella map. The Satella map is a good VRA map. So I have no issue with the Satella map. The Huron map, I think I spoke earlier about with me in precinct 88 in Detroit on the northeast side. It really dilutes us and pushes us up, in Macomb County. We will never get any representation as long as that line comes down into Detroit and forces us north into Macomb County. So it's just that little block right there on the Huron map. So I'm just placing my support behind the crane map, but I also have no problem with the Satella map. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith, for addressing the commission. We did amend the Heron map yesterday in order to resolve that issue. It should be on our website. And thank you for your service to the state of Michigan. Next up is Nomi Joyrich.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Good morning, Nomi.
Hi, I'm upset that after publicly supporting Heron, changes have been made which dramatically alter it, and I now ask you to reject it. Partisan fairness is one of the main reasons why it was favored, and sadly, that's no longer the case. And most people who supported it most likely feel the same way I do. Map 404 is still my favorite. Commissioner Zatella's recent changes have improved the map, especially for the Chaldean and the Middle Eastern North African communities. District 7 is a strength of 404. It connects Pontiac, Southfield, Royal Oak Township, and Oak Park. Black leaders from these communities have insisted that this best meets the needs of multiple COIs. As a member of the Jewish community who works for a Jewish organization, it's essential that Southfield and Oak Park be linked together as they are the heartbeat of the Jewish community. Crane and Cardinal split the Jewish community and weaken our voice. We are a small and important COI, and we deserve to be fairly represented. Zatella and Kellum keep the Jewish community together. I would be happy with either of them. It's clear that the public overwhelmingly supports 404. Any support for the earlier original version of Heron should not be used to support the current and far inferior iteration. Crane and Cardinal have unacceptable partisan fairness scores and should be rejected, especially since 404 does a much better job with so many diverse COIs. Thank you. Please choose a fair map, and that means Zatellum or Kellum. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next up is Aaron Martinez.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Okay, good morning. Thank you, commissioners. My name is Aaron Martinez. I'm a lifelong Novi resident, and I'm an attorney in the area. First time commenting on these maps in particular. I just want to, tell you I appreciate all the hard work that the commission and the staff have done. It's not easy, but it's so important on all sides. I appreciate the debate. Of the maps that I've reviewed, I'm speaking in support today of the Zatella map 404 for a few reasons. First, I appreciate the work that Commissioner Zatella has put in to make the adjustments to this proposal in response to some of the comments that have been made. I think this map has only gotten better as a result. For me, it's really important to keep the entire city of Novi under one Senate map. Previously, the city and its diverse Asian population, one of the biggest in the states, was split apart. And I think that prevents those communities from having the ability to really be adequately heard in our elections. The Zatella map really does a comprehensive approach by connecting the community in Novi to those in the Canton, Plymouth area. Secondly, it keeps Novi and Northville together under the same district. These are communities with extensive ties and shared history. Most people don't realize, although Northville is a Wayne County city, a majority of Northville residents actually live on the Oakland County side. So that can cause some issues when it comes to representation. Aside from my local community, it appears to be fair from a partisan perspective and gives the best chance for diverse communities to be included and represented. As to issues with the city of Detroit, I think the geographic layout of this is appropriate and provides the city with 2 senators, which I think is an improvement to other maps. So thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez, Mr. Martinez, for addressing the commission. We appreciate your comments. Next up is Anthony Scannell.
That participant is not present.
All right, so let's go to Ginny Prius.
Hi, yes, thanks for allowing me to speak today. I've lived in Southeast Michigan most of my life. One thing that I love about living here is the diversity. And I thank you for your continued work to draw maps that will give voice to the many diverse communities that make our state such a great place to live. Like many people who've spoken here today, I've been impressed by how the changes made to the Zatella map have addressed input from various community and remains fair from a partisan perspective. This is my favorite map. I previously supported the Heron map, but based on the changes made, I no longer support this map as it no longer sufficiently supports partisan fairness. Given the MICRC was formed to address gerrymandering, I think it is crucial partisan fairness be maintained. And I'm happy that there are two maps that do that while addressing VRA and community input. In addition to the 404, map 403 is the other one that supports partisan fairness, the VRA and community inputs. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next up is excuse me. Next up is Angela Davenport.
Yes, hello, I'm hoping you can hear me.
We can. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, commissioners. I wanted to say thank you for the work that you're doing. I'd also previously I had supported map 376 and 404, but now I no longer support the Huron map and am very much in support of and hope that we can see the Satella map implemented. I've been a lifelong resident since I was 6 years old in Southfield, and I believe that the intertwining communities of Pontiac and Oak Park and Ferndale really give 404 the best chance of Black representation. It links Pontiac with our communities in Southfield, Oak Park, and Royal Oak Township, and just really represents the minorities and the voices that are here. And that said, the reason the commission exists is because of unconstitutional racial gerrymandering. Given that 8 Mile has been such a major boundary my whole life, going up and down 8 Mile between Detroit and the suburbs, even though that's changing, if you pick a map that doesn't have any districts crossing 8 Mile, that could be perceived as using a race as a predominating factor. And it's just something for us to think about and be cautious of as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next up is Nancy T.
Good morning.
Good morning, Nancy.
Good morning. I congratulate the commission on the important work you've done and urge you to seek compromise as you complete the work. Public comments on the maps under consideration from Macomb County show that the Cardinal map best represents our interests. It's clear that the comments against that map attacked it on partisan fairness grounds, which in our own numbers show it's a misplaced attack. I noticed yesterday several of the commissioners stated Cardinal was a map that they were giving consideration. I urge you today to bring that map back. I live in Clinton Township, which is Michigan's largest township. Cardinal serves our interests well in that it keeps us with Macomb Township. Our two communities share M59 Hall Road Business Corridor and the Chippewa Valley School District. The other maps all disconnect these clear interests and force us down to East Point, with whom we share no common interests. The Cardinal map also serves well the Chaldean community of interest by keeping Sterling Heights whole and keeping their foundation in three large parishes together. And leaders of the Chaldean community have noted in your public comment portal that Cardinal well represents their interests. Commissioners on all sides of this debate have indicated a level of support for Cardinal, and it should be considered when you are making your final decisions, particularly if your deliberations go to ranked choice voting. Honestly, Cardinal, it not only keeps the Clinton Chippewa Valley School District together, but also the Plymouth.
Thank you, Nancy, for addressing the commission. Next up is Rick T.
That participant is not present.
We will move to Harrison Shelby.
That participant is also not present.
How about Paula Smith?
I think that this is Paula. Paula, are you able to unmute yourself?
How's that?
Perfect. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. And it's still morning. Good morning.
Good morning. It sure is.
I wanted to thank the commissioners for taking the time for all of this. I know it's been hard work, so thank you very much. And thanks to everyone who's standing strong against the Crane and Cardinal maps and standing up for proper representation for the communities of interest and partisan fairness. This has been a long journey to get here so far, so I appreciate that time. I especially appreciate each of the people's dedication to the conviction and seeing that the maps don't just do the minimum, that we are actually striving to meaningfully represent the families and people that come day after week begging for proper representation while still maintaining the partisan fairness. Oh, please know I have been a longtime resident of Metro Detroit area, many decades, I'm happy to say. And so we've been upheld lately in the national news as a shining example of the redistricting. And I was very proud of that. You should be as well. So we don't want any maps that mess that up. The Zatella map is
Paula, thank you for addressing the commission. I do see we have a hand raised by Commissioner Sotelo.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask her what her preferred map is. It sounded like she was just about to say that. I just needed clarification.
Paula,
Go ahead,
you should
Paula.
be able to unmute yourself.
sorry, I did do that again. I'm just not used to this too much. Yeah, I had it in the beginning, but I was feeling pressured for time, so I almost missed it. But Zatella is the reason that I'm here today.
All right. Thank you for addressing the commission. We appreciate your comments. Next up is Michelle Kibley.
That participant is not present.
We will go to Pam Powell.
Good morning.
Good morning, Pam.
I'm stepping in this morning just to thank the commissioners for the work that they do. I'd like to thank the 8 commissioners yesterday for their vote. I belong to a lot of constituency groups, and each group likes one thing or the other, just like I've noticed that you see that within the citizens. So there is not going to be a perfect map, but representation matters. Communities of interest matter. And I don't think we're going to please everyone. I would like to support the Crane map, but I don't have a problem with the Zatella map. I think either of those would be good for the people and good for their representation. They provide compactness, they protect communities of interest, and I think they both would, either or would work well for the citizens. And I just thank you for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next up is Andrea Thompson.
Andrea, you should be able to unmute yourself at this time. It does not appear that that participant is able to provide comment at this time. They're not unmuted, so perhaps we can return to them.
All right, let's try Pat Bellinger.
That participant is not present.
We'll move to Tamala Jones.
That participant is not present.
How about Matt Binkowski?
That participant is also not present.
Sheree Goodman? Or Sherry Goodman?
Yes, good. Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning, Sherry.
Good morning. Good morning. First, I would like to thank all of the commissioners for all of your hard work. I cannot imagine how hard it is to draw and redraw the maps. In understanding that there were 3 rounds of voting in for the maps, and the one that was favorable was the crane map. I asked myself why the crane map, given all the people that had come before me in support of the Satella map, which is the map that I am in support of as well. And based upon my support and advocacy for the Satella map, it's in regards to the precinct that I live in, the district I live in, which is District 3, and the propensity of the voter turnout in that district specifically. I'm going to try to go to the map, the deficiency map, which provides me with the numbers for the efficiency gaps. So when we look at District 3, we see the Democrats versus the Republicans. Oh gosh, I don't have time for that. But let me just stop. Let me just stop there and just say that with the
Sherry, I have a question for you. What set of data were you just speaking about? Sherry, are you still with us?
She is. Sherry, you do need to unmute yourself again.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
We can.
Yes, you were saying, you asked me what map?
No, I was asking what data were you just speaking about? Were you speaking about our data that's published on our website or a different set of
Absolutely.
data?
No, that's published on your website. In
Okay, and
regards
what
to the efficiency gap for District 3, where it allows the voters to have more of a voice when it comes to speaking of their communities of interest, as opposed to where the Cranes map would not give them that opportunity to speak in regards to what's beneficial in their community.
Okay, thank you. And we have another question from Commissioner Lang.
Yes.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that I have the proper map written down that you are supporting. So could you just tell me, please, which map you're supporting?
404.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have one more question for you, Sherry, from Commissioner Kellum.
Sorry, Sherry, I'm just hanging on there. And you might not have the answer to this question. Is there something that you prefer in map 404 over 403? And I'm asking for the purpose of the commission's discussions later.
Thank you for that. Map 404 provides for the representation is, and again, I stick with voting for several areas and communities of interest, such as the Ferndale, the Hamtramck area, Detroit area, the 8 Mile area, which you know is the main artery that connects all of the communities together. So that would be the specific point where in lies the proposal for the Satella map 404.
Okay, I was just wondering. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, we want to maintain our communities of interest because the division has already, as most people know, in past years, is to divide and conquer. However, if we communicate, continue communicating, continue to be revitalizing our communities and rebuilding our communities as a whole, it will bring forth the power of success through our voting rights.
Thank you. I was just wondering if you had looked at 403. I appreciate that.
No, I did glance through 403, so I cannot give you a specific on 403, primarily because I have not given it its due justice because I have not researched it like I should.
All right, thank you for addressing the commission. We'll go to Chris McLanis.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm a resident of Ferndale, and I'm also an ally of the LGBTQ community. I had spoken in person a few weeks ago at one of your hearings, and at the time, I mentioned that I liked the Starling map by virtue of the fact that it incorporated the LGBTQ communities of Ferndale and Northwest Detroit. I also liked that that particular map incorporated cities adjoining Ferndale, such as Berkeley, Huntington Woods, Oak Park, Royal Oak Township, Pleasant Ridge, and Hazel Park. But I do definitely appreciate the comments that others have made about the virtues of the Satella map, the fact that it does do the best job of incorporating other communities of interest, as well as the African American community. And partisan fairness is one of the most important aspects as we consider which map to choose. And so while I would like for the ultimate map, to incorporate communities that are surrounding me, I would definitely be in favor of the Satella map, definitely not the Huron map. And it sounds like Crane and Cardinal are not so great either. So Satella map, I believe, is the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next up is Oscar Castaneda.
Chair, I just want to acknowledge that Andrea Thompson has her hand raised. We had previously skipped over her for sound issues. I'm not sure if you'd like to return to her.
Sure, we can return to Angela. Andrea.
Good morning, Commission. Can you hear me?
Good morning, Andrea. We can.
Wonderful. I am in support of the Crane A1 map. Thank you to the 8 commissioners that voted in favor of the Crane A1 map. I am a counselor at Cody High School. I'm a long life Detroit resident in District 12, and representation matters. Warren is complaining about being split, but they cut Detroit into 22 pieces previously. The Michigan policy supports a similar map to Crane A University of Michigan report that supports a similar Crane A1 map. Just take a look at the literacy lawsuit. The students that I serve are in poverty. I work in a school district that's in an underserved and underprivileged community, and I would like my voice represented, and representation matters. So I thank you for the hard work that you do. I thank you for making the right decision and being on the right side of history. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you, Andrea. We do have a question from a commissioner, Commissioner Kellum.
Good morning, Andrea. I'm curious, especially as I used to work with students at Henderson Middle School who usually go to Cody High School. What specifically does the Crane map, or maybe from, if you don't live in that specific area, what do you see the Crane map doing in terms of people and neighborhoods that's different than any other map?
Andrea, you will need to unmute yourself.
I'm very familiar with Henderson School. It's one of our main feeder schools. So thank you for the question. What the Crane A1 map does is it empowers the families and of the students at Cody High School and Henderson School. It allows the students to have representation that looks like themselves and give them a voice. So we have great Black leaders that we would like to continue to vote in office. And so this is what the Crane A1 map does. It's inclusive of our communities and my students at Cody High School. Thank you for that question.
Thank you. I'd encourage you also to look at 403 and 404 because it gives that representation, but it doesn't lump that deep west side that would need some different representation. It kind of mixes it up a bit. So I'm very familiar
I
with
did
that
take a look
area.
at those maps and I am not in support of those maps. The Cray A1 map is the best map that represents our communities and empower our communities, and it's what we need.
All right, thank you for addressing the commission. All right, Chris McClanus. Oh, we just heard from her. Oscar, is Oscar available?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning, Oscar.
Good morning. Oh, good afternoon right now. So this is Oscar Castañeda, and I've been participating in this process many times, as you guys know. And as you probably know, we are supporting maps 404 and 403. We believe that they are the ones who represent our community of interest. And I just want to mention that thanks to this process of the redistricting, we had so many community conversations, and I got to meet and talk to many people from Southwest Detroit. And all of us who spoke together are in agreement that we like those two maps. So I'm here to support them and to appreciate the work that you have done. And I know I appreciate how difficult it is to make a decision on what map has more votes, if you can call them votes. But this is the idea that I support 403 and 404. I think that they represent the Southwest community of interest, and I appreciate the work of the commissioners who put together these maps. Thank you.
Thank you, Oscar, for addressing the commission. Next up, we have Jonathan C. Kinlock.
That participant is not present.
We'll go to Michael Davis.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Michael.
Good afternoon, Commission. Michael Davis with Provoke the Vote. Wanted to thank you for your work. Thank you for taking a break last night and coming back with a clear head this morning. I urge the Commission to pay close attention to public comment where Michiganders have repeatedly voiced their representational needs. That's because the stakes are real for these and thousands of Michiganders who took time out of their day to testify and submit comments over the past weeks. The leaders elected from these new districts will decide the future of our communities, ultimately deciding whether our highest traffic roads are maintained and whether our children get good education. Education should be equitable for Michigan kids, no matter their home zip code, and your vote should count no matter where you live in our great state. Michiganders rejected the old model of redistricting by passing Prop 218 and amended our Constitution with the commission and mapping criteria. Along those criteria, multiple analyses, including your own, show that the Zatella map comes closest to zero partisan advantage while ensuring that voters in Michigan communities know that their voices will be heard. Many members of our coalition proudly support the Zatella map, which was a necessary improvement upon the collaborative map that it built upon. While other maps initiated important discussions, those maps fall short of reflecting the wealth of public comments we've seen. Commissioner Zatella's map addresses the court ruling, creating 4 majority-minority districts, ensuring genuine opportunity for representation for thousands of Black and Brown residents of Metro Detroit. And as we've seen clearly in the past 2 weeks, that is Zatella in B3 map directly and thoughtfully addresses more community of interest considerations than any other maps and improves partisan fairness. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Michael, for addressing the commission. Next up, we have Scott A. Reynolds.
Hello, can the commissioner hear me?
Hello, good afternoon, Scott. We can.
All right, perfect. Well, my name is Scott Reynolds, and I am proud to say that I was on the committee that actually drafted the constitutional amendment that created the Redistricting Commission. We took it from an idea to a ballot amendment, and the commission has brought it to life, and for that, I thank you. I want to make it clear, however, that I am making my comments as an individual. I am no longer actively involved with VNP and haven't been for over 4 years. My understanding is that the commission has begun voting on the various maps. I'm not here to advocate for any particular map, but I hope my comment can help with your task. I've also heard the comments and concerns from other speakers, which underscore the difficulties of this process and the current political system we have. But until we have multi-member districts or some other way to expand representation more equitably, this is what we have. When our committee came up with the criteria, the intention was for the maps to achieve a delicate balance that was fair, neutral, and unbiased. The priority order of the criteria was intentional. However, we did not intend for any one of the criteria to outweigh all of the others. We feared that doing so could create opportunities for a criteria to be used as a proxy for creating maps that weren't fair, neutral, and unbiased. The commission did a great job optimizing all the constitutional criteria for the House districts. My hope is that you'll.
Thank you, Scott, for addressing the commission. Department of State, do we have anybody who did not get to speak yet that signed up for public comment who are here now?
I have gone back through the list of attendees to look for those names, and there is no one with the names that were indicated they would be logged in as that are currently present. So no, I do not have anyone additional for you at this time.
All right. That concludes our public comment portion for today's meeting. Please feel free to email public comments to the commission at redistricting@michigan.gov, and we appreciate your comments and all those who wish to be involved in this process. I'd also like to thank the Department of State for helping manage that long list of comments, as well as the sign language interpreters and all of the other interpreters that help translate the comments for accessibility. So commissioners, we've been going at this for over 2 hours now. I think we all could use a little break. Let's take a 15-minute break and come back at 12:20. Just a little update for those joining us via Zoom. Commissioners are currently checking out of the hotel, so it's going to be a few more minutes. Thank you. All right, folks, we are back. All right, we seem to have had a small glitch or technical problem with the Zoom showing who was here and who was not here. So I'd like to entertain a motion at this time to reopen public comment so we can hear from a few folks who did sign up and indicated they would like to speak and were here, but we couldn't get to them because of that glitch.
Hey, Commissioner Reed, I would move that we reopen public comment for those people who had signed up, excuse me, and were affected by the glitch only.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the motion? Commissioner Orton?
And as I understand it, as long as we're doing public comment, if people come in person, they get to provide public comment as well? Question mark.
That is usually correct. I think Commissioner Lett's motion stated for only folks affected by the glitch. We do have one person, one individual in person as well who would like to speak if possible. But that's a decision up to the commission. Could you amend your motion perhaps? No. Okay. Any other discussion on the motion? Commissioner Lang?
Yes, I apologize. My battery's going low, so I had to plug it in. So I just need the motion repeated for me to make sure I heard it all.
The motion is to reopen public comment to address the folks that were affected by the issue with the Zoom who had already signed up to speak in person, signed up to speak virtually.
So for clarification, there were people that signed up but were not able to, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any more discussion on the motion, commissioners? Seeing none, we'll go to vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it. Motion is adopted. We'll reopen the public comment. I believe there were two individuals that were affected by what happened. The first being Mr. Anthony Scannell.
Thank you, MICRC. I thought that staff cited a bad precedent for the only reason for keeping all the amended versions on the table. I still think an amended A3, for example, if you voted it, I think that should replace all the cranes, but otherwise it's not really an amendment, but an accumulation anyway. The two grandfathered in parties became a roadblock to an emerging consensus. Isn't that a shame? But I think if it comes to ranked vote, I think that's an excellent method to select by personally. And the only problem I have with the ranking is the digital secret Microsoft ballots. I don't think that's it's just a secret vote for a period of time. I think the introduction of AI into the deliberations was pretty interesting, and I didn't even know that was decided on, that would be done. But it was said, kind of using that analysis, that there was no community support for a certain map. But I think I preferred Crane before others. That was the one they said there's no community support for, and I'm not a politician, not affiliated with any group or party. I think I preferred that before many others. And I think the difference between Crane and the other ones is really the District 1 and 3 shape, east-west crossing.
Thank you, Mr. Scannell. We appreciate your comments. Next up is Mr. Jonathan Kinlock.
Yes. Good afternoon, honorable body.
you have received a communication from me. I just want to state for the record that I'm supporting the Stellus map. That's map 404. So my comments associated with that letter, please let the record reflect, is for the Stellus map 404. And I would like to enter these current comments into the record. Dear honorable body, as a proud citizen of Michigan, I firmly believe that voting is not just a right, but a fundamental aspect of our democracy. The Voting Rights Act of 1965 was a pivotal moment in our nation's history, ensuring that historically disenfranchised Black voters had equal access to the ballot box. The creation of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission was a step in the right direction towards fairness and transparent elections for all Michigan residents in accordance with the laws, including the VRA. However, the initial maps drafted by the commission fell short of this goal, instead resulting in race-based gerrymandering that violated the equal protection guarantee of our constitutions. Thankfully, a panel of federal judges struck down, recognized the injustice and struck down these districts, giving the commission an opportunity to rectify their mistake. And
Mr. Kinlock, your time has expired, but we do have a question from Commissioner Orton.
Yes.
Mr. Kinlock, are you the same Jonathan C. Kinlock that sent a letter to the commission from Wayne County Commission?
Yes, that's correct. And like have that reflected for supporting of the same comments, but just for supporting the map 404, the Stellantis map.
So the letter says the Crane map, but
that's correct. Yes.
You've switched and now you like the Zatella map.
That's correct. Thank you, ma'am.
Interesting. Is there a reason?
Yes, because I think there could be certain modifications to that map to address some of the concerns that have been brought up from public comments this morning. So I think that map would be the closest to being able to address, some of the concerns that have been raised, as well as some of the concerns that I also had indicated within my letter.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
We have a couple questions for you, Mr. Kinlock.
Thank you.
Let's go to Commissioner Muldoon.
You said that the Zatella map could be adjusted. But that actually is part of the process was over. I didn't know if you knew that or.
No, I didn't. I'm thinking that you're all taking these comments right now. But generally public comments are received, and then you you act accordingly. So I'm not sure how you expect. I'm not sure, as it relates to your process, how you intend on disposing of the various comments that have basically been laid before you today. So if that is the case, just all I'm asking is that it's possible to fit Detroit as part of the Cranes into the Stellantis map. So I'm saying you can make some modifications if that's still allowable. I'm suggesting that be considered.
So if there wasn't modifications made to either map, which map would you prefer?
404.
Just to follow up on Commissioner Muldoon's point, he is correct. The amendment process for the maps has concluded, and today we're going to take a vote between the maps as they've already been amended. But we did have a rather lengthy public comment process that the commission has already undertaken in order to make those amendments. Commissioner Kellum.
Thank you for that clarification. This second bite at the apple, wanted to absolutely say it's brought forth some great improvements. So I definitely want to commend the commission on that. So yes.
Hi, Commissioner Kinlock. This is Commissioner Kellum. My question is, totally, you're allowed to change your preference, and we encourage that with further engagements of the map. But my first question is, what was your initial motivation for choosing the Crane map? And that could be answered in my second question, which is, what specifically, maybe by giving a reflection about your specific community, what do you like in the Zatella map as we are talking about communities of interest? Is there something specific that you can, or like some personal narrative that you have that's meaningful to the commission who might not live in the area, that makes the Zatella map or something like it a clear choosing? And again, my first question was, when you originally wrote the letter that I've not reviewed, what was your motivation behind choosing Crane?
Okay, from my very beginning of engaging in this process, it has always been my desire to make sure that we had Black representation and Black representation in a fair manner. It is possible to fit the Detroit part of the Crane into the Atlanta map. I know I may be
Zatella.
Zatella. Sorry. The Zatella has a good Black representation for Detroit and partisan fairness. I want Detroiters to be able to continue to have a strong voice and the ability to move important legislation through adequate representation in Lansing. And I believe that can be accomplished, as I had just stated.
Commissioner Zatella?
Yeah, so my understanding is that we can make changes to the maps under our rules up to the final vote. So under the prior rules, we had 3 votes, and you could make changes during one, after the first vote, after the second vote. But then after the third vote, there's no more changes. When I just looked back at the rules right now, it actually looks like there's a typo in the rules where at one point it says after the second vote, we'll then vote for the 5th time. So that was obviously not corrected in the last amendment, but I would assume that that would be consistent with the prior procedure, which is after the 4th vote, you repeat steps 2 and 3, and then take your 5th vote. And then after that point, there's no changes. So I think we still can make changes. And so I'm curious what Commissioner Kinlock is asking to be changed specifically. So if we elect to do that, we know exactly what it is.
Okay, what I'm saying is that so I don't have in front of me the exact, precincts or geographical area that would be appropriate to move and to fit. But all I'm saying is that it's, the Detroit part of Crane into the Stellantis map 404. If you all can, in reviewing the various precincts or census tracts associated with Detroit, moving that and into the Crane portion of the Detroit into map 404.
Okay, so I've seen comments online that reflect that as well. It's basically keeping the Crane Detroit, but keeping the suburban configuration of Zatella. So that's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right, thank you, Mr. Kinlock, and thank you for your service to Wayne County. All right, commissioners, that concludes public comment. We'll now continue with our deliberations. We are still on step 2 of the 2024 procedures for selection of a Senate map. We're currently under step 2 voting, and we are on step C. If no constitutional majority is achieved in the initial vote, the commission will return. Thank you. The commission will return to discussion of the draft proposed maps. During this renewed overview and discussion, the commission, by majority vote of members by majority vote of members present may vote to amend one or more draft proposed maps to the extended amendments that are a logical outgrowth of public comment received. After discussion is concluded, the commission chair or vice chair will again call for a motion from the secretary to conduct a roll call vote for the final selection of a Senate plan to submit to the district court pursuant to the district court's order in the Aggie et al. Benson matter. Each commissioner shall vote by stating the name and their preferred map. Commissioner Lang, I see your hand raised.
Apologies, Chair. I'm just waiting for the debate part to give my comments. So please continue.
We will open the floor for debate and discussion on these maps at this time. We do have 2 more rounds of voting before we go to step 3, which is the ranked choice voting process. Commissioner Lang, you had your hand up first. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Eid. I first want to say everything I'm going to say is, in my opinion, based off from public comment, questions I've asked of our experts, and information we've obtained through this process. When we look at the population of Detroit, if I'm not mistaken, and we have 2 Detroit commissioners there, Detroit has over 1 million people in it. Is that a fair statement? Can
A
somebody?
little under, it's
A
a little
little-
under Commissioner Lang.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Kellum.
Oh,
I'm
a
looking
lot
at the.
under.
Okay, thank you. I'm looking at the data that we were given about the public comment, not including today's. So if we included today's, we've received somewhere around 400 individual public comments. These are not repeat public comments, but around 400. Not all of those came from Detroit. We are supposed, really should be looking Detroit centric because it was the citizens of Detroit that we violated the 14th Amendment on. So I have to question, we've had public comment that's very obviously seemed call to actions, and that's everybody's right to do that by all means. But what I'm looking at, and I said this before, was consistency. Has communities of interest been applied to every part of the state consistently? Is what was considered a community of interest in the southeast corner of the state considered a community of interest in the southwest corner of the state? So consistency is what I'm looking at. I'm also looking into those comments that we like to use the term organic, the ones that really touch me, that you can tell. Sometimes people, I'm going to slow down. I'm sorry, I talk fast when I'm nervous. Sometimes people have a hard time expressing themselves when they're trying to speak from the heart. So I'm looking at those people that came that, they had the passion, and you could truly tell this is what they meant. This is why I want this. This is how this affects my community. So I'm going to look at that. We've heard a lot about the partisan fairness. In the beginning of this process, we were kind of given a guide. If they fall within this, it's acceptable. I also think partisan fairness, as it was described by another commenter, there's science and then there's political science. Political science is not detail specific 100%. I had questions about the partisan fairness that I tried to ask in a meeting, and I don't feel like my questions got answered or that I conveyed them how I wanted to. So I reached out to Dr. Hanley, and I'm looking at these partisan fairness scores, and I know at some point we had, all these different things, and at some point it got focused down to just 2. Well, I'm sorry. I personally think every part of the partisan fairness should be considered. If you're weighing it, then all should be weighed equally. And when I emailed Dr. Hanley, the question arose, and I'm going to bring it to you as a commission, just to let you know my concerns also. When they talk about fair representation, yes, the entire state wants fair representation. We draw these maps for 10 years. So my question is, partisan fairness is supposed to be based on the entire state, by the maps drawn by the entire state. If we are adjusting the partisan fairness just on one portion of the state without making changes to the other, then say any political group gets more votes in an area that isn't in the area we're adjusting. If that group has more votes, they're not going to win. I mean, that's what I keep hearing is the person with the most votes is going to win. I asked Dr. Hanley about this, and basically the answer that I got, and she can't go into detail because she's doing an analysis. She cannot give a legal opinion. Her analysis was that yes, it would change the mean median, but what I got out of the email was that it wouldn't necessarily change the votes or the seat count. So part of me has to say, if this is supposed to be fair for everybody and based on the outcomes of elections, are we concentrating too much in one area to get it down too far rather than the whole state to truly make it fair? These are just my thoughts. My last thought, I appreciate everybody's comments that we did receive today. I'm going to be honest with everybody. I'm still Crane version or Amendment 1, and I'm just putting it out there. So thank you, commissioners, for listening to me. I hope I conveyed myself and my concerns adequately, and I hope I didn't upset anybody by those. I'm just speaking my heart. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lang. Commissioner Zatello.
So because it's just about 1 o'clock, did you want me to speak now or can we just, we have a lunch break at 1, is that right?
We actually do not have a lunch break scheduled for today.
Oh, okay. That's news to me. Okay. What time are we scheduled to go to?
Today's meeting is scheduled until 5 p.m.
Okay. All right. I'll just comment now then, because I was going to say if we're going to go on lunch, I don't want to hold people's lunch up. So we had a lot of comments today. I feel like personally as a commission, part of the reason why we are here is because during the last process, we did not listen to the public. And it's starting to feel a little bit like deja vu because we've had 48 public comments. Actually, no, it's 50 at this point, 50 public comments this morning that were live. Out of those 50, 46 individuals identified a map preference. Out of that 46, 41 out of 46 supported the Zatello 404 map. That's almost 90% of the speakers. I'm seeing the same thing online with the online comments as well. And yet the voting that happened yesterday did not reflect that. I know this may not be affecting every commissioner, but I do know that some commissioners, as public commenters have touched on, favor collaborative maps. They don't want to vote for an individual map. I know that was expressed frequently during the 2021, that there were just some commissioners who said, I will not vote for an individual map. Our collaborative maps are better. And that's really getting into the point of ego, which is what I mentioned yesterday, because it's elevating this theory that collaborative maps are better over metrics, over 7 ranked criteria, over public preference. And that's exactly what Gary Moorhead was saying, that we should not be elevating is a map collaborative or not over the constitutional requirements or what we have been ordered to do by the court. So I am asking again that this commission listen to the public. The public clearly favors the Zatello. And despite kind of efforts to kind of drill down and make it really challenge people about why they were supporting that, every time that happens, people gave very detailed answers as to why they liked the 404. They talked about, you know, the western suburbs. They talked about particular neighborhoods. They talked about particular divisions. These are very clearly, as Commissioner Lang said, organic comments that are based on actual review of the maps and actual preferences. And so once again, I'm asking you guys to listen to the public, give integrity to this process, give integrity to what we are supposed to be doing. Don't act like politicians. Don't ignore the public. Please vote for the Zatella map. Oh, I do have one more thing I wanted to mention since I have the metrics. Out of those 46 comments, 7 people supported the Kellum map, 5 supported the Crane, but out of those 5, 3 of them said either Crane or Zatella. 2 supported the Cardinal, 2 supported the Heron. And then in terms of negative comments, we received 17 negative comments overall. And out of those 17, 76%, 13 out of 17 opposed the Crane. 29% opposed the Cardinal, 29% opposed the Heron, 6% each opposed the Kellum and the Zatella. So again, the public is very clearly speaking. Please listen.
We'll go to Commissioner Kellum and then to Commissioner Orton.
I feel like I just have similar comments as Commissioner Lang and Commissioner Zatella. At this point, for me, just speaking again for myself, it's less about particular map names and more about being responsive to Detroit citizens and Metro Detroit citizens and having conversation with people very in depth. Commissioner Andrade was out there as well. I'm not saying that Commissioner Andrade, like you have to speak, but in depth conversations that echo a lot of what's been shared. And I think we would be packing the city of Detroit if one of the maps that has been discussed most often is adopted. More so, like yesterday evening, my brain was exhausted, but it was still trying to process yesterday's activity and today. And I think above all, we have to be able to justify our choices. And so when we were deliberating in depth yesterday, and then we've had community input today, I don't think we could excuse selecting the Crane map. I don't think Nate Fink has enough information when he implores us to talk about communities of interest and feedback from the public, as also very clear yesterday when Commissioner Callahan was asking. There are not good reasons to choose that map. I think it's a compromise map. It's a opposition map. It's a map that has grouped Detroit in a way that they won't have representation. Then I thought about that. I thought about that district. I said, okay, Commissioner Kellum, what exactly is the issue with the main Detroit district? What don't you like about that? And Detroit is constantly changing. If I think about the folks that are in Highland Park, Hamtramck, the airport district, the east side of Detroit, that means a representative is going to have to acknowledge downtown activity. Right now, rent in downtown Detroit is anywhere between $2,000 to $3,000 a month. That's not marginalized communities. Then you have the upper half of District 3 in Crane. That's 48221. That's a Bagley community. That's the upper middle class. Also an area that has been around since the Great White Flight, that has also been around when the Detroit riots occurred, and it's a high voting district. So that middle section of District 3 in Crane is not going to have representation. It could also mean that District 3 is not represented by someone that looks like the folks that live in the area, to be quite honest, because of the gentrification that's happening in that area. And so while that might not seem like that's a part of the criterion, that's what the folks are talking about when they say, keep us together. They want to be able to be heard from the far east side, from the far west side, and everywhere in between. And I can't imagine, and this is just using that district as an example, but because of how that district is drawn, it creates an issue for the people essentially that are suing us. If I look at District 1, a lot of the feedback has been Okay, when you look at Zatella or when you look at the Kellam map, AKA Phoenix, it scoops down too far. The downriver community shouldn't be up with the community that's close to Grosse Point. But I also can't imagine that the downriver community should be with Fitzgerald, Marygrove. They definitely have separate interests, or Midtown. The bottom line is that area has to be somewhere. I don't think it's appropriate for it to be in an area that's related to Dearborn. I definitely can't be going down as far as Woodhaven, Trenton, and Grosse Ile. So that community is going to have to, unfortunately, to some, be either included in a downtown area, which is still the riverfront, or another option that pulls from the community. So you can make the same argument for District 1. So I think as a commission, we have to think about what map integrates people, because that's who's behind what we're doing the best. And then, like I have mentioned yesterday, Kelm and Zatella have a lot of similarities. I can tell that Commissioner Zatella, as she always does, and this is not a slight, so I want Commissioner Zatella, you to listen very carefully. She looks at the maps, she listens to what has been said, and she tries to create the best of both worlds, even when it gets fiery and she doesn't agree. There are a lot of things in the commissioner or in the Phoenix map that appear in the Satella map. So I think if there are personal feelings, then there are things about the Phoenix, AKA Kellam map, that you can get on board with that also answer what the public talked about today. If you still are saying Crane today, then that means, and that's an individual commissioner's decision, but you are choosing to blatantly ignore what folks have said, and the word hate was related to the Crane map today. The phrasing of being pushed back into an era where Detroiters have fought hard not to be, those words were used in relation to Crane. So that's what I'll say.
Thank you, Commissioner Kellum. Commissioner Orton?
I do not like to be smeared for my choice of map. I'll just say that. The thing I wanted to say is we had a public comment, Mr. Moorhead, I think, about that we shouldn't place a collaborative map above an individual map. And so just, this is just a general comment. I was thinking about the criteria and the court order. And in my mind, my opinion, there is a difference, because a collaborative map, we can prove on the record how that map came to be and that we did not consider race. The court ordered us not to consider race in our drawing, and we just can't prove that with an individual map. So that's just something that that came to my mind and I was considering.
I think we have Commissioner Andrade and Commissioner Muldoon next. Oh, Commissioner Weiss, I'm sorry. Let's
Yes,
go.
thank you.
Go ahead.
Commissioner Curry does not have her computer here to raise her hand, so I told her I would raise it for her. So I yield to Commissioner Curry.
Thank you. With respect to all the commissioners who have really worked hard in trying to preserve the rights of the mapping that we had to do, I just want to say that I'm a citizen of Detroit. I have had the opportunity of living in the Bagley area. In fact, I stayed across the street from the Bagley area for over 14 years, and I know it quite well. And I have lived in the Downriver area, which I am at now, before Bagley, and even now. In fact, I've lived here over 50 years. I have supported and supported all kinds of places in Detroit, from downriver to the upper the richer neighborhoods. I go some of everywhere. I participate in all kinds of functions. And I realize that some of the people that are speaking on mappings and maybe not, but they moved away from the heart of Detroit. They look down on the heart of Detroit. Not everybody, but I know people that moved, when they moved out of the heart of Detroit, the downriver area, they didn't think it was good enough for them. I stayed. I went, came back and stayed. And I know what the people want. They want the Crane 1 mapping. I know what they desire. I've lived it. I've talked to them. I've even been into, not exactly a politician, but I talk to people all the time. I ran a church where people spoke in what they wanted, and I know what they want in that area. And so the Crane seems to represent what we need to be doing. We need to vote for the Crane 1 mapping because this is what the courts want us to do. And without race involved, without prejudice involved, this is what I did. I have not considered my feelings one bit in drawing this map. In fact, I told a couple commissioners that I just said a little prayer over it and said, Lord, just show me what to do. And he did it. And I am not as familiar as Commissioner Rebecca, Commissioner Kellum. I'm not as familiar with a lot of them, but I did what I thought was right. I did what I thought was the best way to go. And my familiarity with politics is second to none. It's not on the top of my list, but I'm trying to do a job that's worth where the Detroiters can be proud of, where they can eventually hold up their head, where they can be represented with respect. And that's what I'm about. I'm not trying to make the rich get richer or just get everything they want. They need a chance. Everybody in the downriver area is not poor, but we choose to live there by choice. And we choose to help by choice. We choose to stay there by choice. It's a couple of us on this committee now, the commission now, that we can move out if we wanted to. They're business people. I was a business owner, but I stayed there. And I'm there now because I want the best for Detroit. Without prejudice to anybody, man, woman, or anything, I want great representation for Detroit. So I voted for the Crane A1. Thank you.
Commissioner Andrade?
I didn't actually have my hand up, but I did want to go. I thought somebody else. So let me say this. I really appreciate what Commissioner Lang said about listening to the people and looking at the public comment, looking at the numbers and what we are supposed to be doing here. And I also appreciate Commissioner Zatella's input into these maps. I think she's done a great job. And I want to say that on two fronts, publicly defensible maps, the Kellum is publicly defensible because of the numbers, the partisan fairness, the community of interest, the VRA, and public comment as well. Personally, I also think the Kellum map answers the best to all those things. I would have gone with Commissioner Zatella's map, except for the recent changes she did. I did like that she changed the Chaldean, but she went a little too far. And again, that's why I think the Kellum is the best choice at this point.
We have Commissioner Zatella, and then we'll go to Commissioner Callahan.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment about Commissioner Kellum has mentioned a couple times that she feels that there's a lot of echoes in the Zatella map to her map. I completely disagree with that. That could not be further from the truth. And frankly, I didn't even look at her map to draw my map. I mean, her map splits up the Southfield Pontiac community of interest that I put together. Her map includes Birmingham with Pontiac. It takes west part of Detroit, puts it with Livonia. My map doesn't do that. My map keeps Canton, Plymouth together with Novi and Northville. That was very intentional based on public comments and communities of interest. The Kellam map takes Canton and puts it down with Huron and Sumter, which have absolutely no connection to them whatsoever. It also combines Inkster with Dearborn, which you all know I am very opposed to that. So I don't think there's any similarities at all between those two maps. I'm not sure why that keeps being suggested. And I personally feel the Zatella honors the suburbs as well as Detroit. And that to me is a big flaw with the Kellam map, is because it divides all these communities that don't belong together and puts communities together that just don't have any commonalities, such as Canton, which is incredibly diverse. I mean, we have Indians, Sikhs, Muslims, Buddhists, Chinese, you name it. And you go down to Huron and Sumter, and there's nothing like that whatsoever. There's just no commonalities. Those are rural areas. And it just in my opinion, the Kellam map breaks pretty much every suburban community of interest that exists. Whereas the Zatella tries to preserve it, which is what people have been saying. They come in and they say, I like where Romulus is, I like where Canton is, I like where Novi is. You're not getting that from the Kellam map, because the Kellam map does not respect those communities that want to be together whatsoever. And that's been reflected in the public comment. And like I said, close up U of M analyzed all of our public comments, and the Zatella was the overwhelming favorite. And the reason why was because of the respective communities of interest.
Commissioner Satella, I apologize because it really was a compliment and you clearly didn't take it that way. So I retract my compliment to you.
Commissioner Callahan.
Yeah, so again, after listening to the public comments and what today, I'm still pretty baffled by the amount of support for the Crane map. And I'm still open-minded. I'm still struggling really, really hard to understand that. Given that if we go down the list of criteria, I don't see how it bubbles up to be in the top, to be the top one, or even the top 2 or 3. I appreciate, Commissioner Curry, what you said about how it represents Detroit, that you know so well, both by living there, by your lived experience, and by the obvious deep amount of love and care you have for the city. So I completely respect that. On the other hand, there are 2 other commissioners, Commissioner Eade and Commissioner Kellam, who also live in Detroit, who I think know the city pretty well, and obviously also love and care for the city a great deal, and they don't support Crane. So I need something else besides that feeling to show me. I need something concrete that shows me where Crane bubbles above the Kellam and the Zatella. I think it's pretty obvious today from the comments we had. The comments were overwhelmingly against Crane, overwhelmingly for Zatella, positive toward the Kellam, not negative in any way, but they were negative to Crane. And the comments today, unlike at some points, and I know this is really important to some commissioners, didn't seem like an organized group of people coming and reading off of the same script over and over. They did seem organic. We had positive comments for the Zatella map that were from the city, Detroit residents, from Hamtramck, from downriver, western suburbs, northern suburbs, Lakeshore. They were all over all of the impacted districts, and they were positive. There were no negative comments for Zatella, none. There were, I don't think there were any negative comments for Kellam map either. And also the Kellam map addresses the concern that Commissioner Orton has, and I know some other commissioners share as well, about an individual map being drawn with an unknown, there could have been some other things influencing that would not have happened if it was drawn on the record. Well, the Kellam map was drawn on the record, so that would remove that concern. And even the Kellum map has far, far more support than the Crane map. I'm struggling really hard. I invite any commissioner again to be really specific of something, major that would elevate the Crane map above the two that the public, overwhelmingly supports, and which do a good job with population, contiguousness, VRA, communities of interest, partisan fairness. Show me where Crane is better. That's all I'm asking for.
Commissioner
Commissioner
Callahan?
Curry, go ahead.
Yes. While we were doing the maps, Mr. Morgan absolutely said that all of the BRA conditions were met in the mapping that we did. And so for you to say that you don't see where it had met, we had contiguousness, we had all of the VRA things that we had to prove. Now, I may not be as articulate as Commissioner Stiletta, and personally probably you, but I know that we met all of the conditions that we had to meet. And had we not, I would have kept working on the map that we did. But we met every last one of them, and they're not too far off. In fact, none of them could be in the running today if they weren't all met. So they were all met. So I just want to say that it was met. All the conditions that we were supposed to, all the 7 conditions we were supposed to come up with were met.
Commissioner Curry, let me just say, I agree. That was my point. Of all the maps that we're considering, they all satisfy the VRA, they all satisfy the population, they all satisfy the contiguity. Some have, if you just look at the numbers, some have better partisan scores. So what it really comes down to is communities of interest. Because Kellum and Zatella's map do have better partisan scores. So I think if Crane is going to rise above them, the place for it to do that is in having a better configuration for
Representation. I
communities
know
of
what you're trying to
interest.
say.
That's what I'm looking for. Someone can show me where the Crane map is superior in communities of interest that would elevate it above the other maps.
Well, we had quite a great amount of communities of interest in our first 2 or 3 years when the Crane map was first developed. And even now, like I said, I have talked to hundreds of people, and I'm representing those people of Detroit. And some of them can't come because they're working crazy jobs. Some of them are single mothers, some of them are single fathers, some of them are grandmothers raising children. So I'm representing those people, and I'm telling you what they really want. And plus, there was the fact that we were sued because of the not having the right to vote and everything. It shows that's the reason that we're doing this, is because we're trying to do what the courts have asked us to do, and it is without prejudice. It has nothing to do with trying to be the best map drawer or whatever, but to do what's right and what's fair for the city of Detroit. And that's our main objection, is to do what's right for the city of Detroit. And whether you see it or not, you probably don't see it, but you would have to live here to really understand what I'm saying. Thank you.
So it's not that I don't support the Crane map. It's my third choice out of, we got like 20 maps at this point. So it's not that I don't support it. I think to me, it's the third best. But I think they're all pretty good. I support all of them, and I think they're all rather defensible. Um, I think what we saw today was a little bit more of the philosophical discussion I was discussing yesterday with the history of the city of Detroit, and that's the perspective I come at this with, which is why I prefer the Kellum configuration for Detroit. I am looking at, it was said that there are similarities between Kellum and Zatella. I do agree that there are some similarities. I mean, I'm looking at them side by side and, District 8 is pretty similar. District 10 and 11 in Macomb are pretty similar. District 9 is pretty similar. Southgate and Wyandotte being together in District 4 along with Romulus is pretty similar. Taylor is different in them, but there are certainly differences, mostly around District 7 is different, District 13 is different, but there are similarities as well. And we do seem to have a map that scores well on most of the metrics and was at least created collaboratively. That seems to me to be the Kellum map. Now, I also like the Cardinal map. I think most of the negative comments about the Cardinal map that I've heard have mostly been around partisan fairness, which still kind of baffles me a little bit because our data shows that it is one of the best maps on partisan fairness. Maybe not the best map, but one of the maps having an equal efficiency gap as some of the other ones we're debating, but a little bit of a higher of a median difference. So I'm not sure if those negative comments are well informed or as well informed as they should be. So if you are considering some of these maps to get to consensus, I wonder if anyone would be willing to switch to Cardinal or switch to Kellum, or if you voted for one of those maps, perhaps switch to Crane. Commissioner Zatello.
So there's little to no public support whatsoever for Cardinal. We only had 2 people out of 46 who supported the Crane out of everyone that spoke to say. And I would say the same thing for the Kellum. There was very few people who supported the Kellum today. And that, again, both of those facts are reflected in the data that we received, the objective data we received from University of Michigan, where it analyzed all of our public comments. It's just not accurate to say that there's a lot of support for those maps. It just doesn't exist. The preferred map is the Zatello. There's some support for the Crane as well. There's also some negative comments about the Crane as well. But if you look at the Zatello in terms of negative comments at this point, now that the Chaldean community has been satisfied with the changes to it, there are virtually no negative comments about the Zatello map. I'd also like to request that the chair request a motion to move to the vote at this point.
I'd like to add before we do that. So from the close-up report under the executive summary, it says under Cardinal number 373, Cardinal received the most comments of any map with many positive comments, particularly from Macomb County commenters. Positive commenters appreciated the protection of the Chaldean COI in Sterling Heights and Troy. However, the map received a negative net favorability rating from all other regions for its poor partisan fairness metrics. And that's what I was referring to. I think saying that it's received no positive support is just wrong. And the negative comments seem to be ill-informed by trying to misrepresent the partisan fairness numbers into something that our metrics show that it's not. So I just like that reflected in the record. There are many positive comments. In fact, the most positive comments according to the close-up report. However, I agree that today it did not receive as many positive comments as some of the other maps. I'm trying to look at this in the totality of comments that we've received. Mr. Woods.
Thank you. We have requests from our interpreters that I think we need to honor for a 30-minute break. In our meeting notice, we're not required to go from 1 to 2, but from consideration of our interpreters, if we could at least provide a 30-minute break, or if you would like to go longer. And then for our commissioners here, we can provide lunch.
I move we take a 30-minute break.
I second. Oh, sorry.
We have a motion and a second on the table, commissioners. Is there any discussion on the motion?
I think that if we're gonna take a 30-minute break, we just might as well go on to lunch. Some. Um,
If there's no more discussion, we'll move to vote. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes have it. We'll break for 30 minutes.
Oh, no.
Yeah, we can.
Are we ordering to Kristen?
Just a quick update for those online. The commission has been working very diligently this morning to hear public comment and to facilitate debate. And with that, the break will be extended until 2:30. Thank you.
Commissioner Lang. I'm sorry, Commissioner Callahan, I guess you were muted. I'm sorry. Can you share that you're here? You were muted. Oh, I was.
Yes, I'm
muted.
present. I'm present.
Thank you. Commissioner Lang,
Present.
Commissioner Zatella.
Present, did you guys start? Because we couldn't hear anything until you said Lang.
Yeah, apparently I was muted. I apologize for
Okay.
that.
Okay, yes, I'm present.
Actually,
Commissioner
Commissioner Zatella,
Wagner.
one moment, Yvonne. Anthony, we did not hear you restart the meeting at all.
Yeah.
Lang was the first word anyone heard, so if you don't mind
Oh,
going back and restarting the meeting, and then Yvonne restarting roll call, because we did not get any of that.
Sure. Sorry for the technical difficulties. As chairman of the commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 2:50 p.m. I'd like to thank everyone for their patience. There are a lot of moving parts into making these meetings happen, and the commissioners certainly appreciate the break. Department of State, if we could please take roll of the commissioners present.
absolutely. Bethany, can you hear me? Okay, thank you. Commissioner Andrade,
Present.
Commissioner Callahan,
Present.
Commissioner Curry,
Present.
Commissioner Ede,
Present.
Commissioner Callum,
Present.
Commissioner Lang,
Present.
Commissioner Letts,
Present.
Commissioner Muldoon,
Present.
Commissioner Orton,
Present.
Commissioner Zatella,
Present.
Commissioner Ballet,
Present.
Commissioner Wagner,
Here.
Commissioner Weiss.
Present.
You have 13 commissioners present, Mr. Chair. You have a full quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Young.
You're welcome.
All right, commissioners, we left off debating before taking our fourth vote. Is there any more debate? All right, at this time, I will call for a motion for the secretary to conduct a roll call vote for the final selection of the remedial Senate plan.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any debate on the motion? Seeing none, we'll proceed. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
There any opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes have it. I'll now turn to the secretary to conduct the roll call vote.
Absolutely. Bear with me just a moment and I will put our list back up on the screen as has been requested before. Okay. I will begin with our rotating alphabetical order from where we left off last time. So that means Commissioner Ede, you are first to put your vote in, please.
Kellum,
Commissioner Kellum,
Kellum.
Commissioner Lang,
Crane A1.
Commissioner Lett,
Crane 1.
Commissioner Muldoon,
Crane A1.
Commissioner Orton,
Crane A1.
Commissioner Zatella,
Zatella.
Commissioner Valette,
Crane A1.
Commissioner Wagner,
Crane A1.
Commissioner Weiss,
Crane A1.
Commissioner Andrade,
Kellum.
Commissioner Callahan,
Zatella.
Commissioner Curry,
Crane A1.
Chair, that vote does fail. Crane A1 received 8 votes. However, it did not receive 2 votes from individuals affiliating with the Democratic Party. The Kellum map received 3 votes and the Zatella map received 2 votes.
Thank you, Ms. Shar. Okay, we will return to debate. We have one more vote, commissioners. Before going to the ranked choice voting process, is there any more debate on these maps? Commissioner Lang,
No debate. I just have a question. And if it goes to ranked choice, will there be a comment period prior to ranked choice for the commissioners?
are you asking if there will be discussion?
Correct.
One moment. Under step 3, it does not look like there is more discussion after we start the ranked choice voting process. It does say each commissioner will have 10 minutes to complete the Microsoft form that is sent out to indicate their preferred ranking. And then after all of those rankings come through, the secretary will tally and announce the votes.
Okay, what about before we submit? Because the first step before that is submitting a map. So is there a reason? I guess if we submit a map, are we able when we submit that to say why? I guess would be the question.
I'm not sure the answer to that question. I'll defer to our legal folks to make that determination.
You know what, Chair Eid, it's okay. I will pull that question back. It's fine.
Well, yeah, it's a good question. Do we have an opinion?
Mr. Chairman, may I speak?
Go ahead, Mr. Fink.
Thank you. So it is a good question, Commissioner Lang. As Chairman Eid indicated, the rules as adopted don't, unlike in steps, well, really in step 2, which explicitly contemplated discussion, step 3 does not. If the commission would want to have that discussion, I don't see any problem with the commission amending the procedure to add, a discussion option to the extent that the commission wants to do so. But I read the current rules the same way that Commissioner Eid does, which is that it just contemplates that if after this 5th vote we don't achieve a constitutional majority, then we'll just move right into ranked choice. And each commissioner would then audibly indicate which of the draft maps they want to submit for the ranked choice vote.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Commissioner Callahan.
Yeah, I just have one more comment to address to the commission around these maps. There has been some hesitation from some commissioners to vote for individual maps because of a sense of a lack of transparency or complete knowledge about how the lines were drawn and what was used to draw those lines. I understand that. I think from my votes here, I have demonstrated that for me personally, I don't share that concern. I'm not going to refuse to vote for a map that seems to be a really, really good map because it wasn't drawn publicly and was instead submitted as an individual map. But I understand other commissioners want to do that, and that's fine. I think what I'm asking for, though, or I'd ask you to ask yourself, if that's an obstacle for you, is, as Commissioner Lang likes to talk about a lot, consistency. The Crane map was actually a derivation, or it was based on an individual map. And that individual map was not drawn transparently or in public. And the Crane map did change some of the districts in the suburban areas. It made no changes that I can see to the Detroit districts. Those are the districts that we were tasked with the court for redrawing and that were cast out earlier because of racial bias and not drawing lines using a correct racial balance or whatever. But those were the ones that were questioned by the court. And yet those lines in Crane map were not drawn transparently and in public in one of our meetings. That's an individual drawing. So it doesn't bother me. I'm not casting aspersions on anybody who do an individual map. I want to make that clear. I'm not questioning. I'm not saying it's bad. I have voted for an individual map. So that's not an obstacle for me personally. But some of you have expressed that it is an obstacle. So I'm looking for consistency in your position there. And I would say the Crane map, if that's a hang up for you, the Crane map is tainted with that same hang up.
May I
That's all.
say something, please?
Commissioner Curry?
I disagree with you only because the map that I did was drawn within a few hours of even knowing that I was going to be able to draw it with John Morgan. And not only that, then the other commissioners took the same map and had the same privilege, have used it. A couple of the commissioners have used it at their own will, and they have used quite a lot of it. So it really doesn't, it's not something that was done really in the dark. I was working with one of our guys that work with us.
Commissioner Lang?
Yeah, I just want to make a point that District 1, there was a change made by Commissioner Muldoon, so he has input on there. Livonia, if I'm not mistaken, was kept whole, and that was based off my request. The previous maps that we adopted, if we're being honest, there was one district out of 3 maps that I drew. Every other map, every other district that I drew was changed by commissioners at some point. So to say that there wasn't input and that it was done wholeheartedly by one person is not genuine. And there is consistency with it because there were voices from different commissioners that were taken into consideration, albeit the Livonia that I drew is not incorporated. There are still aspects of it that were included. So I'm content. And I just wanted to put that out there.
Commissioner Zatello?
Yeah, I would just add that Richard from Baker Hostetler addressed this very issue, and he's ultimately the one that would have to defend any map, and he said it was a non-issue, that in his mind there was no distinction between an individual or a collaborative map in terms of his ability to defend it, and that I think it's a mischaracterization and a little bit of a red herring to claim that there's no evidence of how a district was drawn. There is evidence. You can talk to the individual commissioner who drew it and ask them what they were thinking when they drew it. That's evidence. Testimony is evidence. And documentation is evidence as well. And so I just think that's a little bit of a misnomer. And, in terms of our own lawyers have said that there's no issue with defending individual maps versus collaborative maps.
For me, this issue between collaborative and individual maps isn't so much about who drew whatever map. If there was an individual map, in my opinion, that performed so much more better than any of the collaborative maps, I would be willing to vote for it. But I don't see that here. I think that we have maps that are similar to the individual maps that are in the collaborative pool. I do see similarities between the Zatella map and the Pelham Phoenix map. And as we said earlier, we do know how Phoenix was drawn because it was created collaboratively, although submitted individually. I think that map is close enough to the Zatella map and to the Herod map for those who voted for those maps to potentially switch to it. Now, that still wouldn't give that map enough votes to be passed, however, because Crane had 8, and even if you were to combine the Kellum and Zatella votes, that would still only be 5. So someone has to change their vote. That's the thing. And who's it going to be, and what are they going to change it to? You know, as an independent here, the Crane map already has 2 independent votes, so my vote on it doesn't matter as much, but it would be good to hear from the people who could potentially change to see if we could get to some sort of consensus. Is there any chance that the Republican commissioners will change to the Kellum map, or the Democratic commissioners possibly change to the Crane map? That's probably what we should be discussing at this point. I'll say it again, a compromise here could be the Cardinal map. I'm not sure how many people like that, but I do think it could act as a compromise. Commissioner Orton. Oh, Commissioner Lang, and then we'll go to Commissioner Orton.
Chair Eid, my hand is up. That's Commissioner Zatella.
It is Commissioner Zatella's hand. Go ahead, Commissioner Zatella.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, nobody needs to change their vote. We have procedures to enact a map if we can't agree. It seems like we can't agree. You know, if we go to the ranked choice procedure, I think mathematically, it's pretty obvious that the Crane is gonna prevail. And I'm okay with that. I mean, I'm gonna continue to vote for Zatella because I think it's the best map and I think that's what the public wants. But the reality is no one has to change their vote if they're not comfortable with it. And frankly, I don't think anyone should if they're not comfortable with it. Maintain your vote through vote 5 and we go to ranked choice. And then that creates a situation where a map can be advanced, even if it doesn't have 2 Democratic votes. So I don't think anyone needs to change anything. And then I would also add, you know, just my personal view on the Kellum is I've never really considered that to be a collaborative map. I appreciate that it was drawn during the meeting, but it was really Commissioner Kellum, Commissioner Eid, I think Commissioner Callahan, you helped a little bit, and lots of feedback from the outside that was being received during the meeting, which I have a problem with. So I've never really considered that collaborative. And so I'm happy it's under that banner of being individual.
We'll go to Commissioner Orton and then Commissioner Kellum.
So just thinking back to when we were doing the House redraw, we needed one more Republican we were missing one more Republican vote to pass a map, or we would go to ranked choice. And I was that person, and I did change my vote to take one for the team, even though that wasn't my first or second choice. But I did what I felt I should do at the time. So I have heard various commissioners that aren't voting for Crane now saying that, you know, that was okay, or that was their second choice, or that all the maps or lots of the maps were okay. So if you anyone feel that you could change your vote to Crane to collaboratively choose a map, then I would invite you to do so.
Commissioner Lang. Oh, I'm sorry. We actually had Commissioner Kellum, and then we'll go to Commissioner Lang and then to Commissioner Callahan.
Just a point of clarification with the Phoenix map that's now called Kellum. So it began at Wayne State. The first person to make the change, and I think we even used Curry as a base, was Commissioner Villette, and then Andrade took a turn, Commissioner Orton took a turn. Gary Moorhead at that meeting was able to talk about easty, westy, northy, southy. It also, in terms of configuring the districts, he mentioned at that time liking Zatella's map and also liking some things in what's now the Phoenix Kellum map. So I then specifically asked him to look at that map he made some suggestions. Those suggestions are backed again, and I will keep saying this until I'm a different color than black or brown. These suggestions are evidenced by 6 pages of public comment and in-person public comment, which is why when Zatella's map is mentioned, often is Kellum's as well. And so it's a little bit, the only reason why I'm providing this clarification is because it's inflammatory to suggest that myself, the other individuals that I mentioned, also Commissioner Callahan and Eid, that tried to get this map across the finish line so it could be interacted with. It's insulting to us. I'm going to speak for them. It's insulting to even Commissioner Villette and Commissioner Orton that like the Crane map. I'm very capable, very intelligent. So are the rest of the adults in here of drawing a map, and we're supposed to listen to public comment. And I've been listening since 2021. So I'm tired of my integrity being challenged on this commission, whether overtly or passively. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kellum. Commissioner Lang?
Chair Eid, I believe Commissioner Callahan's hand was up before mine. I just want to be respectful of the order.
Sure. We'll go to Commissioner Callahan and then return to Commissioner Lang.
Thank you, Commissioner Lang. I just want to say for the record, one of the things about the only thing that's been distasteful about serving on this commission is the personal and character assassination slurs that get routinely swung around in these meetings on no evidence and no basis. So I'm not quite sure what was being implied by the other commissioner when she disparaged the map drawing and the motivations of myself, Commissioner Kellum, and Commissioner Eid. But I want to assure the commission and the public that there was nothing unethical, nefarious, against the rules, out of line, behind non-transparent, hidden from the public that was done to draw those map lines. And to have my character impugned publicly on absolutely zero evidence, and I know there's zero evidence because it didn't happen, is unacceptable. I'd like to ask for an apology. I don't see one forthcoming, but I think an apology is owed to the other commissioners and myself.
Commissioner Lang?
I think I just totally missed something, but okay. I was just going to talk to the commission real quick about the rank choice. I heard, I believe it was Commissioner Zatella say that it's a numbers game, and that does hold a concern for me that it is a numbers game. I've seen this numbers game in other states that actually have ranked choice voting where very solid areas that you would think would win don't because of the ranking of that. So I don't know. I'm torn on the rank choice. I really am. I'm sticking with my gut. I'm going to say that I've been consistent in my vote. I'm going to stay consistent in my vote, but I can't say that I will be consistent with which map I put forward. And I'm just putting it out there in the public because that's my concern. But I'm going to stay consistent in my vote. The question was asked, would a Republican switch their vote to Kellum or one of the others? And my answer to that is, I'm not comfortable doing that. I've thought about my decision for days, even longer than that. And the Crane A1, as I said, is my compromise. So that's all I got. Thank you.
Commissioner Zatella?
Yeah, I just wanted to address Commissioner Callahan's allegations. Number one, no one's disparaging you or maligning you. The fact remains, you can be entirely innocent of something and unaware of it, and yet there could be behavior by other people that you're not aware of. I know, and maybe you don't follow the YouTube chat. I know I follow the YouTube chat during every meeting. I screen capture it during every meeting. And there were multiple occasions where a particular politician was making suggestions while drawing was happening, and those suggestions were being incorporated into maps. Now, it's certainly possible that you had nothing to do with that, but in my opinion, that's questionable. And it is absolutely supported by evidence because you can watch the YouTube videos and see the comments coming in and the changes being made. So I'm not gonna apologize for something that's factual, even though it may not apply to you, Commissioner Callahan. It may have nothing to do with you whatsoever. And that's, two things can be true at once. Let me just put it that way.
I have a few comments. So I drew a lot of I don't know if it's a lot, I drew a portion of the Kellum map, but how I drew it is out there. I put on an overlay of the Flamingo map and didn't use any outside comments. I think I stated that multiple times during the meeting. While that's great that, some folks watch the YouTube comment, I don't watch the YouTube comment. I've been on record many times saying that I do not, because I really don't. I don't think it's tasteful for this commission to take those into consideration because they're not a part of the public record. And, unfortunately, we have commissioners who sometimes chime in on there. I don't think that's appropriate either. We were told that at the beginning, but that seems to no longer be the case. But while two things can be true, three things can be true as well. Someone could be suggesting something in the YouTube comment and the commission can organically do a thing as well. That doesn't mean it came from the YouTube comment. So one thing can be true, two things can be true, and three things can indeed be true. All I know is that when I was using that overlay to create the progression from the Phoenix map, which, as Commissioner Kellum stated, was a collaborative map that was started by everybody, and then it became Hummingbird, and then it became Phoenix. I'm sorry, it became Flamingo, and then we combined some districts from Flamingo and Hummingbird to make Phoenix. That's my recollection of the events. You can go back and see the overlay that was used in order to do that. Now, we've had this very long public comment process, and one of the last things I'll say is the public comment that stuck out to me the most throughout this entire process was one made by a Miss Edith Payne during our first session in Southfield. I don't want to get into identity politics, but for those of you that might not remember or might not have been there, Ms. Payne was an older woman, Black woman. She said she was from Detroit. And she actually liked what we did previously in some regards. And what she had said was that due to the work that we had done previously, due to the work of this commission, folks were able to enact laws that helped minority communities. She had a whole, I can't remember the exact number, but there were certainly a lot of laws that she had listed that were only made possible because of this commission. My only worry with the Crane map, I think it has a lot of good qualities. It is my third choice if it goes to ranked choice voting, but I do think you have the potential to go backwards in that regard, which I think has been, echoed by some of the members of the public that eloquently stated that earlier today. I don't think that's as much of a concern in the Kellum map, which is why it's my first preference. I also don't think it's much of a concern in the Cardinal map, which is why it's my second preference. For much of the same reasons and why we created the Motown Sound map the way we did. It supports these communities that did go across 8 Mile to have some cross-county collaboration in some of these laws that end up being created due to the people who are elected on our maps. That's the reason I don't like Crane as much as some of the other configurations. So I just hope, while nobody has to change their votes, we should think, is the juice worth the squeeze on this one? I mean, is it really? I don't think it is. I am willing to change my vote. Yesterday I voted for Crane A2. I could get there again. I'd prefer A2 to A1. I'm also willing to change my vote to Cardinal. Is there anyone else willing to change their votes If you are, say it now so we can discuss it before we go to a final vote.
Changing your vote to a map that hasn't really been nominated. What good is that?
Can I make a motion at this point that we move to the fifth vote?
Seconded.
I think we went over that yesterday, correct? The rules say that the chairman or the vice chairman will call for a vote. I just want to make sure everybody has all of their discussion finished, and then I will call for a vote.
Commissioner
Does
Wagner,
anyone-
Commissioner Wagner has her hand up.
Commissioner Wagner?
I think we owe it to the public to vote and get it over with and to quit putting forth Cardinal that wasn't even an option and nobody really liked it to begin with. So can we just vote?
I will call for the vote when we are ready. I do like Cardinal. It is an option. It is it is one of the preferred options. While it's not my first choice, it's my second choice. Does anyone else have it at all high, commissioners?
Chair, there is a motion and a second on the table that you need to deal with before resuming discussion.
Was there a second to that motion?
There was by Commissioner Wagner.
All right, I did not hear it. What was the motion?
To commence the fifth vote.
Okay, that motion is out of order with our rules. We're almost there, though. I'm calling for it soon if nobody wants to talk.
I'd like to make a motion to overrule the chair.
Seconded. I think it's ridiculous that you're pummeling us for votes to go your way. So can we just get this over with?
Amen.
There is a motion and a second to overrule the ruling of the chair. I'm just trying to follow our rules, not trying to pummel any votes, trying to make sure we have a good discussion before going to the ranked choice voting. And I think we're almost done, but there is a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to overrule the chair? Seeing none, we will vote. If we can get a roll call, please. I'll be abstaining, of course.
Absolutely, Chair. This is to appeal the decision of the chair ruling the motion to call for a vote out of order. If you want to overturn the decision of the chair, if you support appealing that, you would vote yes. If you want the decision of the chair to stand, you would vote no. I will begin in alphabetical order with Commissioner Kellum,
No.
Commissioner Lang, Commissioner Lang, if you voted, I was unable to hear you.
Okay, since it goes against our procedures, I'm gonna say no.
Commissioner Lett,
No.
Commissioner Muldoon,
No.
Commissioner Orton,
No.
Commissioner Zatella,
Yes.
Commissioner Villette,
No.
Commissioner Wagner,
Yes.
Commissioner Weiss,
No.
Commissioner Andrade,
No.
Commissioner Callahan,
No.
Commissioner Curry,
No.
and Chair, you're abstaining. You are required to abstain. So with a vote of 2 yes to 10 no, the motion fails, but the decision of the chair stands.
Thank you, Ms. Shar, and thank you, commissioners. We will return to discussion. Commissioner Kellum,
I just wanted to add to the discussion. We received overall likes and dislikes. Tom, Vaco, was able to kind of further parse through his analysis. And when we're looking at map names, we have Zatella Plan 404, 194 likes, 41 dislikes. The net likes are 153. We have the Heron Plan, Plan 376, 181 likes, 54 likes, 127 with net likes. We have the Kellum Plan, Plan 403, 67 likes, 24 dislikes, 43 net likes. And then it goes Crane, after Kellum, Curry, Cardinal, Lang, Starling, Wagner, Orton, Finch, Dove. I think the thing for me that is interesting is that though it's that the Kellum Plan has 24 dislikes. Looking at all the plans, it is it is least disliked, although not perfect. And I think that's worthy for discussion. When we're talking about a plan that maybe is a middle ground between Crane, Zatella, for whatever reason, I think the Kellum Plan, formerly known as Phoenix, it is a middle ground that would, if we're going to use the word compromise, it would be that plan. And so, again, a broken record, but I can't vote for a plan that is going to set Detroiters and Metro Detroit back. And in my heart of hearts, that's what I believe will happen with Crane. I think it does not promise some of the things that were laid out. And I also agree with what Commissioner Callahan said earlier regarding it being a hypocritical choice. I'm not trying to smear anyone, but if we're going off of process and not wanting to use an individual plan, the Crane has strong bones for both of the things that people are saying that they're voting for. So again, if the public came in here today and said that they love Crane and they gave all these different reasons of why they love Crane, guess what? You would have Brittany Kellum, the Democrat, changing and thinking about Crane. But I have yet in our deliberations, I haven't heard any strong comments from commissioners. They get more silent because they're ready to vote. And I haven't even heard strong comments from the public. So Crane is a no. And I think that's why it continues to remain a no for some other folks that were hoping to switch their votes.
And Brittany, I see how you can vote, say what you said, but I disagree with you 100%. I think Crane is what the people want. They've been wanting it for the last 3 years, and now they finally, hopefully, will get it. Just because a handful of folk came in here yesterday and today, that does not mean anything to me. It's just that they gave their opinion, and most people give their opinions of what they personally want. I give my opinion of what I think is best for the people, for the courts, what they're asking us to do.
I understand. Yes, I agree. To a certain extent, I think if I were to dig a little deeper and tread dangerous ground, the district in Crane that basically it becomes one big Detroit district. What it does is it gives possibly a Black representative who is used to be chosen because of popularity or a familiar name. It gives too much political power, which is going to turn into communities that we're saying that we care about being disenfranchised. It lumps people together that should not all be together. And there's a different way to break it up where those communities, because Detroit is a big place, get specialized attention. There is no way, and we owe it to our fellow commissioners to have that open discussion that are not from Detroit. They don't drive up and down 8 Mile. They haven't lived in the Bagley community. They haven't lived in some of the places, Juanita, that you and I have lived, or even Commissioner E. And so they're depending on what they hear from us at this
Point of
point
order
because there
just for a
is some.
second. Apologies, Commissioner Kellum. Could you slow down just a little bit for our interpreters, please?
Thank you,
I'm
Commissioner
sorry,
Lang. No, if I was talking fast, I had to be because I typically am not a rapid talker. So thank you. Our commissioners don't. And beyond being tired, they're listening for something that sounds genuine, and I think Commissioner Curry, you are being genuine. I think so am I. But I think if we're being honest, yeah, I know. I think if you are, yes, you are honest. So,
Think it.
oh goodness. Okay, so I just think that where we've heard Black people say we want representation, or Detroiters, since we don't want to get into this entanglement of race, we've heard Detroiters say we want representation. I think they're not being specific, but they're doing their best to communicate that in my area, I want someone that can speak to my neighborhood. And it is not just about slamming neighborhoods together. It's about doing so thoughtfully. And there are maps that do it better and the numbers match. And I have heard this commission speak to the fact in the past that metrics matter. So I'm not sure why in this conversation we're wiping that clean. So I still implore my peers, because ultimately we're the advocates, we're the conduits. You're going to be representing in this vote people that do not look like you, and you get to go back to your own cities. So you have to dig deep and do a really good job and be thoughtful about why you're making choices.
Same to you.
Any more discussion, commissioners?
People keep looking at me.
Commissioner Andrade, I don't want
and-
to I don't want to put you on spot. Are you willing to change your vote?
No,
Yes?
I just wanted to say and reiterate that I do, if I'm voting by the numbers and being dispassionate about it, I cannot change my vote.
Thank you. With that said, I'll now call for a commissioner to make a motion to have the secretary take a roll call vote for the final Senate remedial map.
So move.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any debate on the motion? All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed? All right, we can get a roll from the secretary.
Absolutely. The motion before you is to conduct the fifth vote, the final vote for the final selection of a final state Senate remedial plan to submit to the district court. When I call your name, please state the name of the map you are voting for. We will begin at this time with Commissioner Lang. I believe you are up first this time.
Woohoo, lucky number one. Crane A1.
Commissioner Lett,
Crane A1.
Commissioner Muldoon,
Crane A1.
Commissioner Orton,
Crane A1.
Commissioner Zatella,
Zatella.
Commissioner Valette,
Crane A1.
Commissioner Wagner,
Crane A1.
Commissioner Weiss,
Crane A1.
Commissioner Andrade,
Kellum,
Commissioner Callahan,
Kellum.
Commissioner Curry,
Crane A1.
Commissioner Ede,
Crane A1.
Commissioner Kellum.
Kellum,
Chair, the vote does fail. Crane A1 received a majority with 9 votes, but it did fail to achieve 2 votes from commissioners affiliating as Democrats. The Kellum map received 3 votes and the Zatella B3 map received 1 vote.
Thank you, Ms. Shar. So we have no consensus through the constitutional majority process. We'll now move on to step 3, the ranked voting process. This process has been described at length from our council. Mr. Fink, do you have anything to add about it?
I do not. I'm happy to answer any questions. I would encourage commissioners to ask any questions that they might have. As you indicated, we discussed this at length, but I'm happy to answer any questions about it. Discussed it last week and yesterday to provide that overview. but I don't have anything to add.
Are there any questions for Mr. Fink about what the ranked voting process entails?
I think it would be appropriate to run through the procedure before we get started.
Happy to do so. Commissioner Lang had her hand up, but now it's down, so. Commissioner
Please.
Lang, did you have a question before I started?
You're going to do the whole thing, so proceed.
Okay. So again, the procedure right now is up on the screen for anybody who's got their devices in front of them. The procedure is as follows. The secretary will call on each commissioner in alphabetical order for each commissioner to audibly indicate the draft proposed map they would like to submit for the ranked choice voting. Each commissioner may submit one draft proposed map for consideration. It's not a requirement, but you may submit one draft proposed map for consideration. More than one commissioner may submit the same draft proposed map. So back to my example from yesterday, if we have, let's say we've got plans A, B, C, and D, you can have more than one commissioner submit plan A if they want to. And for purposes of calculating and determining which plan prevails, the submitting commissioner, the party affiliation of the submitting commissioner of a plan is relevant to that determination. So again, more than one commissioner may submit the same proposed map. The secretary will record which commissioner has submitted which draft proposed map and the commissioner's corresponding party affiliation. The secretary will create a form, Microsoft form, live during this session while screen sharing, containing all names of draft proposed maps that were submitted pursuant to the previous step, to step 3A, for commissioners to rank in order of preference, with number 1, top rank, being the most preferred, and the last ranked plan being least preferred. So again, in my ABCD example, if your top preferred plan is plan A, then you rank that number 1, and then you rank down from there. So your least preferred map in the ABCD example, if D is your least preferred, then D would be ranked last. But you will be required to rank all of the plans. So you can't just select one plan. You'll have to rank all of the plans that are submitted through step 3A. There was a question yesterday, and I'm sort of jumping ahead a little bit, but I think it's an appropriate time to state it, which is although plans can be submitted by more than one commissioner, if a plan is submitted by more than one commissioner, it will only appear once in the ranked choice ballot. However, again, the party affiliation associated with that plan, again, plan A, if it's submitted by both a Republican and a Democrat, it will still be noted for the record as both a Republican and Democratic submission for purposes of determining whether that particular plan prevails once we get to calculating the numbers. Commissioner Zatella, if you has her hand up, so I can.
Yeah, I'm just a little confused on that point. So would you then be like, if a Democrat submits it and a Republican submits it, you're going to look for one Democrat. So let's just start with the Republican. You have a Republican that submits it. You would then need either 2 Democrats, 2 independents, or an independent and a Democrat.
Correct.
For that to be winning. And then if the map is submitted by both like a Democrat, an independent, and a Republican, you're going to do that test for each party. Is that how it works? Does that make sense?
Yeah, so in your example, if you have a plan that's submitted, under my example, if you have plan A that's submitted by both a Republican and a Democrat, and then we're sort of jumping ahead here a little bit, but if that plan is also receives the most, is the highest, I don't know what terminology is exactly, but receives the most points. We then have to go and look at and determine whether it is also ranked in the top half of at least 2 commissioners who don't affiliate with the submitting the submitting commissioner. So in that circumstance, you would need at least one, it would need to be ranked in the highest, in the top half of at least 1 Republican and 1 unaffiliated, or 1 Democrat and 1 unaffiliated, or 2 Republicans or 2 Democrats, because it still qualifies as a submission by both parties. I see, in case I may have misstated something, I see Ms. Shar has raised her hand, so.
I don't believe that you misstated anything. I'm just wondering if I can help just a little bit. We would essentially isolate each submitter and analyze them separately. So if it is the highest vote getter that was submitted by 2 people, I will look at the first person that submitted it and analyze it to determine if 2 people that affiliate with a different party have it in their top half. If it doesn't, I'll then move to the second submitter and analyze that separately. Does that help, Commissioner Satella?
Yeah,
Thank you.
but
That
also
clarifies it. Sorry,
yeah,
go ahead.
clarifies it along those same lines. So like if someone already submits the map that I want to submit, I don't need to then resubmit it. Do we have to give it, does every commissioner have to give a choice?
Every commissioner does not, the constitutional language says may, not must, in terms of whether, is the question whether every commissioner has to submit a proposed map for consideration?
Right. So if someone says Crane, who's an independent, and I'm like, okay, I'm good with that. When you come to my turn, I can just be, I'm good with what's submitted. I don't have
Because
to.
you're saying because like someone of your affiliation has already submitted that plan, so you don't need to also submit it to make it eligible to be
Exactly.
unaffiliated in that example? Yeah, I
Exactly.
think you're right. Yeah, for that particular plan, that would be right. Although again, I see Ms. Shar has her hand up, so if she has.
One thing to keep in mind in that hypothetical is that only plans submitted for ranked choice voting would go on to be eligible in a random draw. And at the time of random draw, if 2 non-affiliates submitted the same plan, that plan name will be in the random draw for 2 separate spots. Does that make sense? So
Yeah. Yeah.
while it only appears once for your ranked choice vote, it would appear twice for a subsequent random draw if we got to that point.
Right. That's a good point and a very important clarification as well.
Commissioner Orton has a question as well.
Oh, sure.
On this topic.
So, Ms. Shar kind of just touched on this, but just to clarify, so the more times, the more commissioners that put in a map, it goes into the random draw if we get to that stage that many times.
Correct. Yep. So
Okay.
to go back to my hypo, if a Republican and a Democrat both submit Plan A of the ABCD choices, if they both submit Plan A, it's only going to appear once on the ranked choice voting ballot. Plan A will only appear once. But if we don't select a map through ranked choice voting, that plan that was submitted twice, right, by 2 different commissioners, Plan A, will be in the virtual hat, so to speak, that gets drawn from if we do get to the random draw. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, all right. And Commissioner Lang has her hand up as well.
Okay, I'm just gonna put it out here. So say you have 3 maps submitted and whatever people put them in, they're ranked. So if you have 2 people that put it as their first, that's gonna get 4 points. And then if somebody puts it as their second, that would get 3 points, and so on and so forth down the line until it gets to like a single point, correct? And then all of the points are added up to come up with a number that that map received, correct?
That's correct. Yeah, and just to be clear, I think you're going along with my hypothetical of the four plans, right? A, B, C, D, assuming there are 4 plans. Whatever the total number of plans that are in the ranked choice voting process, that the highest ranking plan for each commissioner would receive the largest number of points. So again, if there are 4 plans, like you said, the first ranked plan would receive 4 points, down to 1 point for the lowest ranked plan for each commissioners, and then they're tallied up. And the plan that receives the highest number of points and is also ranked in the top half for 2 commissioners who don't affiliate with the submitting commissioner would be the plan that gets selected. Does that clarify, Commissioner
Yes,
Lane?
thank you very
Okay.
much.
Commissioner Callahan, that's right.
Okay, I have to ask this question. What's the top half if there's an odd number of plans?
That's a good question. And
So if there,
go ahead.
I apologize, Mr. Fink.
No,
If
go
there
ahead.
are 3 plans, it would just be ranked as number 1, because number 2, if you're looking at percentages, is no longer in the top 50%. If you have 5, it has to be ranked in the top 2.
So, sorry, and I was just referencing back to a note that I had. There was a memo on this issue it was actually the subject, one of the memos that was the subject of the Detroit News litigation now a few years ago. But the guidance that was provided then by the legal team is, and I'll just read it. If there's an odd number of plans, the top half would be calculating by rounding down from the half to reach the closest whole figure. So if there are 7 plans, the top half would consist of 3 plans, not 3.5 or 4. Does that make sense? Okay. All right. I'm seeing you nod. So, okay, good. So are there any other questions at this point, or I can continue on? I think we've sort of touched on the various concepts through these questions, but I'll just continue on so that we complete the explanation. As I indicated, the secretary will create the form on the screen here. Commissioners will rank in order of preference, with number 1 being most preferred and the last ranked plan being least preferred. Once created, the secretary will send an email to each of the commissioners containing a link to the form. And the link will not be publicly disclosed to ensure a secure vote among only commissioners. Each commissioner will have 10 minutes to complete the form and submit their preferred map rankings. My understanding is that all commissioners have access to an internet connection today, but if for some reason they don't, if any commissioner, due to lack of internet connection or technical issues, is unable to use the Microsoft form, they will convey their preferred rankings to the secretary verbally and publicly for the secretary to record. After the 10 minutes allotted for completing the ranked choice form has expired and each commissioner present at the meeting has voted, the secretary will tally the votes. The secretary will read each commissioner's ranked votes aloud for each commissioner present to audibly confirm their vote on the record, one at a time in alphabetical order. And then we will have the secretary tally the votes. Each plan is assigned a point value, as I referenced before, but this is language that comes right out of the Constitution. Each plan shall be assigned a point value inverse to its ranking among the number of choices, giving the lowest ranked plan 1 point and the highest ranked plan. So lowest rank is least preferred, highest rank most preferred. The highest ranked plan, a point value equal to the number of plans submitted. The commission shall adopt the plan receiving the highest total points that is also ranked among the top half of plans by at least 2 commissioners not affiliated with the party of the commissioner submitting the plan. Or in the case of a plan submitted by a non-affiliated commissioner, is ranked among the top, a cheat sheet is not right, but the top half of plans by at least 2 commissioners affiliated with a major party. And I'm not gonna go back over what happens when you have, unless anybody wants me to, plans that we already had the discussion with a couple of minutes ago about plans that are submitted by more than one commissioner. As Ms. Shar indicated, we'll sort of go through that analysis for looking at each part, each in order of when they were submitted, as to what the party affiliation was. If you have a plan that was submitted by more than one commissioner, that or commissioners that affiliate from different parties or are unaffiliated. The secretary shall announce the results of the ranked choice vote and will share an Excel spreadsheet publicly via Zoom to display the total point value achieved by each plan. These results will be also publicly posted on the commission's website as part of the public record. If plans are tied for the highest point total, the secretary will use an independent accounting firm to randomly select the final remedial state senate plan from those tied plans. If no plan meets the requirements of this is the constitutional subsection, Article 4, Section 6, subsection 14C 3. That's the ranked choice voting provision. The secretary shall use an independent accounting firm to randomly select the final remedial state senate plan from among all submitted plans that were submitted for ranked choice voting. And again, as Ms. Shar indicated, and as we just discussed, each plan that gets submitted for consideration under ranked choice, although it will only appear once if it's submitted more than once, it'll only appear once in the ranked choice voting. If we get to the random draw, it will be included in the virtual hat that gets drawn from each time that it is submitted. So if a plan is submitted more than once, submitted by more than one commissioner, it'll be in there twice or three or however many times it gets submitted. It will be in the virtual hat to draw from. Like I indicated, the secretary will use the independent firm to draw from those submitted plans, and any random selection shall occur no later than today. So I'm happy to answer any additional questions. I think that we heard good questions along the way there, but I do want to make sure that everybody fully understands this process now that we're about to commence with it.
Thank you, Mr. Fink. Any questions for Mr. Fink on this process or the subsequent random drawing, since he touched on that? Want to make sure everyone's clear on how this works before we do it. Commissioner Curry, I thought I saw your hand. Okay. So we are on step 3, ranked voting. We're now on part B. The secretary will create a Microsoft form live during the public session while screen sharing, containing all names of draft proposed maps subsequent to step 3A for commissioners to rank in order of preference, with number 1 being most preferred and the last ranked plan being least preferred. Once created, the secretary will send an email to each commissioner containing a link to the form. The link will not be publicly disclosed to ensure a secure vote among only commissioners. I'll turn it to the secretary to do that.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen over here, and I'm going to try and share 2 documents at once. So I'm hoping you can read this on your screen. Can you see the map choices and then my spreadsheet?
We can, but we do have a few hands raised. I want to make sure we get to them. We have Commissioner Curry, can you say that into the microphone? Can you speak into the microphone?
I was saying that I don't have a computer, so I'm going to need the paper to do mine.
Well, there is no paper option, Commissioner Curry. As Mr. Fink noted, if you are unable to do it electronically, once the votes are submitted, I will then ask any commissioners if they were unable to use the Microsoft form, and if so, you can relay your ranking aloud to me and I will input it into our Microsoft program. But that will come once we get to that point.
You're sending it to our email, right?
Correct.
Is there another computer around that Commissioner Curry could use to access her email?
That's what I was just discussing with her. Once I put mine in, she can just log in on mine and do it from there, can't she?
Yeah, well, we'll try to have it so
Because
she can do it online. If not, then we'll do the verbal
Right.
way that Ms. Shar just indicated. Commissioner Orton?
I was basically going to say the same thing. I just see that some commissioners don't have their computer in front of them, so I wondered what we would do.
Okay. Ms. Shar, take it away.
Thank you. At this point, I will be requesting commissioners to submit to me the name of the map that they would like included in the ranked choice process. Again, it's important to remember that the submissions at this point will be used for a random draw if we get there down the line. In our rotating alphabetical order, this time I am beginning with Commissioner Lett,
Crane A1.
Commissioner Muldoon,
Crane A1.
Commissioner Orton,
Crane A1.
Commissioner Zatella,
Zatella V3, version 3.
Commissioner Valette,
Crane A1.
Commissioner Wagner, Commissioner Wagner, if you're there, I could not hear you.
Oh, my goodness. I am here. You can't hear me?
I can now.
Okay, I'm sorry. Crane A1.
Thank you. Commissioner Weiss,
Crane A1.
Commissioner Andrade,
Kellum.
Commissioner Callahan,
Callum,
Commissioner Curry,
Crane A1.
Commissioner Ede,
Kellum.
Commissioner Kellum,
Kellum,
Commissioner Lang, Commissioner Lang, if you,
Lang.
oh,
Lang.
thank you. Thank you. Okay, so at this time, I will begin making the Microsoft form. Oh, my apologies. Not sure why it just did that. Okay, so I'm going to create a new form. This is going to be a ranking system. And the unique options that we have are Crane A1, Pelham, Lang, and Zatella V3. That is all 4 of them. And then I'm going to stop sharing my screen at this point. That will be the only question. And so that the URL is not shown, I'm gonna stop sharing the screen and get that copied to send to all of the commissioners in an email. Okay, that email is on the way to all of your inboxes now. When it is received, you may begin voting. Okay. I have received responses from 9 commissioners, but I have been informed that several commissioners will need to relay the information to me verbally. Are there 4 of you total that need to relay that information verbally? Because if so, that would be our remaining votes that we're waiting on.
Could you repeat that, Ms. Shar? I'm sorry, I didn't catch all of it.
Absolutely. I have received responses from 9 commissioners, but I was informed that several commissioners are having technical issues accessing the form and will have to verbally give me their vote. And so I'm just wondering how many commissioners that is.
Ms. Shar, we have 4 people here who has some challenges that will need to provide their votes. And
Wonderful.
I want to confirm, Commissioner Wagner, were you able to vote?
She was.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, so those are our final 4 commissioners that need to vote. So I will go through in alphabetical order and request that you rank the 4 maps in order of your preference. Let me do this first so that you have something to view. Okay, I'm going to share my screen again. Let me try and zoom in because I know last time it was very difficult to read my screen. Okay, so the first commissioner that needs to relay their vote verbally would be Commissioner Curry. So can you please give me in order of preference your first choice, then second, third, and fourth?
Okay, for the first one is. Oh. First one is, do I have to name a person first?
Yeah.
Okay, who had, okay. Who had green one?
So just to
Okay,
be
that's what
clear,
I was doing. I got
hold
it.
on, just to be clear, Commissioner Curry, you're stating your preference on these maps. So state your favorite one first, and then your second favorite one, and then your third favorite one, and then your fourth favorite one in
Okay.
order of your preference.
I got you. Crane A1, my first one. Stiletta V3, my second one. Lang, my third one. Kellum, my fourth one.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Curry. Okay, bear with me, commissioners. I actually am going to stop sharing for just a moment because I need to make it so that I am able to respond to the form more than once. Okay, we are back up and running. I apologize for that. The next commissioner that I need to relay their vote to me verbally is Commissioner Ede.
Pelham, Crane A1, Zatella V3, Lang.
Thank you very much. Next is Commissioner Kellum.
Kellum, Zatella version 3, Lang, and Crane A1.
Okay, Kellum, Zatella V3, Lang, Crane A1, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And then finally, the last individual I need a vote from is Commissioner Ballet.
Okay, Crane A1, Lang, Zatella, and Kellum.
Green A1, Lang, Zatella, and Kellum. Okay, commissioners, I am now going to share a different part of my screen and confirm your votes. So in this spreadsheet, these are the points assigned to the map. So it will be inverse to your ranking. And so as I confirm it, you'll see I will first read the line ranked 4 because that would be your top choice. Your top choice receives 4 votes. So I will begin doing this and confirming your vote beginning, I believe we're at Commissioner Muldoon. Commissioner Muldoon, yes.
Is there any way you can make the font bigger?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. My apologies.
Or just enlarge it so that it's over 100%. That could also work, yep, besides changing the font.
Okay. I'm going to have to scroll back and forth. You won't be able to see it all at once, but I will have the commissioner that I'm asking first. And actually, let me see. You're not going to be able to see the map names, but they're in alphabetical order. So you've got, let me see if I can just freeze this.
Oh, you can actually go down to the lower right corner. There's a slider bar there where you can go a little less than 200%, like maybe go to 150. That might be better. So right now that's 100. So just, yep, there you go.
How's that?
And then you can probably reduce the size of the map name column. So if you go up and toggle between, yep, there you go.
Thanks, Commissioner Zatella. I appreciate it. Being put on the spot makes this a little bit harder than I would like to admit. Okay, now can you read it, number 1, and see all of the columns, number 2?
Yes.
Okay, so I will begin with Commissioner Muldoon. Is the ranking that you provided with Crane A1 as your top choice, Kellum as your second choice, Lang as your third choice, and Zatella V3 as your fourth choice?
Yes.
Thank you. And as we go through, I will just make your name green as it's confirmed. Commissioner Orton, is the correct ranking you submitted Crane A1 as your top choice, Lang as your second choice, Zatella V3 as your third choice, and Kellum as your fourth choice?
Yes.
Commissioner Zatella, is the correct ranking for yours Zatella V3 as your top choice, Crane A1 as your second choice, Lang as your third choice, and Kellum as your fourth choice?
Yes.
Commissioner Villette, is your correct ranking Crane A1 as your first choice, Lang as your second choice, Zatella V3 as your third choice, and Kellum as your fourth choice?
Yes.
Commissioner Wagner, is the correct ranking Crane A1 as your first choice, Lang as your second choice, Zatella V3 as your third choice, and Kellum as your fourth choice? Commissioner Wagner, if you indicated that was your preference, I did not hear you. And
Ms. Shar, I believe she's on attendees on the phone, so she might need to get transferred over.
thank you. Commissioner Wagner,
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
did you hear me relay your ranking, and is that correct?
It is correct. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Director Woods, for flagging that for me. Commissioner Weiss, is your correct ranking Crane A1 as your top choice, Lang as your second choice, Zatella V3 as your third choice, and Kellum as your fourth choice.
That is correct.
Thank you. Commissioner Andrade, is your correct ranking Kellum as your first choice, Crane A1 as your second choice, Zatella V3 as your third choice, and Lang as your fourth choice?
Yes, it is.
Commissioner Callahan, is your ranking Kellum as your first choice, Zatella V3 as your second choice, Lang as your third choice, and Crane A1 as your fourth choice?
Yes, it is.
Commissioner Curry, is your correct ranking Crane A1 as your first choice, Zatella V3 as your second choice, Lang as your third choice, and Kellum as your fourth choice?
That is correct.
Thank you. Commissioner Eid, is your correct ranking Kellum as your first choice, Crane A1 as your second choice, Zatella V3 as your third choice, and Lang as your fourth choice?
That is correct.
Thank you. Commissioner Kellum, is your correct ranking Kellum as your first choice, Zatella V3 as your second choice, Lang as your third choice, and Crane A1 as your fourth choice?
Yes, and kudos to you, Megan, for doing this. Keep going.
Commissioner Lang, is your correct ranking Crane A1 as your first choice, Lang as your second choice, Zatella V3 as your third choice, and Kellum as your fourth choice?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. And finally, Commissioner Lett, is your correct ranking Crane A1 as your first choice, Kellum as your second choice, Zatella V3 as your third choice, and Lang as your fourth choice?
That's correct.
Thank you. That confirms that all of the commissioners' votes have been properly input. Thankfully for technology, that means that our highest vote getter with 43 points is Crane A1. And now we need to verify that Crane A1 was voted in the top half of two commissioners affiliating with a different party than one that submitted it. So I would like to refer back. I'm not sure how to share my screen and do this at the same time. So I think I'm going to just do this verbally, unfortunately. Bear with me here a moment. So Crane A1 was submitted first alphabetically by Commissioner Curry, who affiliates as a Democrat. So it would need to be in the top half of two commissioners that affiliate with a party other than the Democratic Party. And I can confirm that the Crane A1 map is the highest point getter and is in the top half of two commissioners ranking with a party that is different than the Democratic Party.
Thank you,
It
Ms.
was
Shar.
the top. Thanks, Chair.
Did you have, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Did you have anything else?
You are fine. I was just going to indicate for the record that it was in the top half of Commissioner Lang, Commissioner Orton, Commissioner Wagner, and Commissioner Muldoon's ranking. All four of those individuals are different than the Democratic Party. They affiliate with the Republican Party. It also was in the top half for Commissioner Andrade, although Commissioner Andrade is a Democrat, so I take that back, of Commissioner Eid, Commissioner Lett, Commissioner Zatella, Commissioner Valette, and Commissioner Weiss. So that is 5 individuals who do not affiliate with either major party.
Thank you, Ms. Shar. We have a map, folks. Crane A1. Can we get the rest of the count, Ms. Shar, as well, just for the record?
Are you referring to total points?
Yes.
Absolutely. So Crane A1 received 43 points, Zatella V3 received 30 points, Kellum received 29 points, and Lang received 28 points.
Thank you. That completes the Senate mapping deliberations. Congratulations, everyone. However, the agenda is not complete yet. We will now move on to item 6 on the agenda, approval of the minutes. Are there any motions, commissioners?
Yes, I have a motion that we table all remaining agenda items. Except what? Except for announcements. And once that's completed, we adjourn.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the motion? Commissioner
Chair,
Lang?
Really
Uh,
quickly, Commissioner Lang, I apologize. Chair, I just did not catch the motion, if you don't mind having it repeated.
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Lett.
Table all of the remaining items on the agenda with the exception of announcements and then adjourn.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Lang?
Two quick questions. Can anybody tell me when our next meeting is? And are the other items just like the executive update? I don't have the agenda in front of me. So executive director, MDOS updates in the minutes, was that all that was left?
Mr. Woods, would you like to respond to that?
I believe you're asking Commissioner Lang, is that the only thing on the agenda is the minutes and the reports? Is that correct?
Correct.
That is correct. And the next meeting is a virtual meeting set for Thursday, July 18th at 10 a.m.
Thank you very much. That's all I have. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the motion? Hearing none, we will move to vote. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it. We'll move on to announcements. Are there any announcements? Mr. Woods?
Yes, I'd like to thank everyone that put this together. As you guys know, we met last week and there was a decision by the commission to meet in person. And there was a lot of schedules that were adjusted in order for this to happen. And I would be remiss if I didn't thank regional sign language interpreters, Bethany and Rebecca. I want to give them a shout out and a round of applause for the adjustments that they have done. I have been educated about the scheduling and what goes entailed with regards to this, and this is not a small feat. So to have them available and making this adjustment is greatly appreciated and respected, and wanted to share that with them publicly and then also do something privately with them as well. So once again, thank you so much to regional sign language interpreters. Also like to thank Annette Blah. Annette is with QA Captions. She does all of our closed captioning. That's really important when it came to the data to look at the public comments and to capture that and to turn it around. And Annette has been a true superstar, and we would be remiss if we didn't thank Annette with a round of applause. I'd like to thank the Michigan Department of State team They have been truly phenomenal. When we were talking about meeting, we were going back and forth. As you know, that team is led by Mike Brady, who's the general counsel for the Michigan Department of State. In addition to him, I'd like to thank Sarah Reinhardt as well, who's the deputy director for external affairs. Want to thank her. Also would like to thank Megan Shar, who stepped in. As you can see, you might not see her today, but she has multiple screens. You might think she's security, but she's actually serving the MICRC. And Megan, we just want to thank you for the adjustments that you have made in the schedule to make sure everything has gone well. And also like to thank Miss Yvonne Young, who is here with us, who has been on loan, but it seems to be that loan has been permanent. And so just really want to thank her for being here and adjusting the schedule. Also like to thank our Chase creative team. They made some adjustments to make sure that we are here. So we can give the Michigan Department of Staff, I'm sorry, state staff a round of applause. Let's do it separately so we can make sure they feel the love. And then Chase Creative, want to thank Mary, who's Pratt, who I work with and organize, as well as Alex and Matt, who are the leads. And I forgot the distinguished lady. I want to make sure I have your name correct. Andrea as well. So thank you again with regards to that. That has been helpful. I also would like to thank our own Kristen Taylor, who has been with us and assisting us in the scenes, behind the scenes with regards to that. And then I also forgot Erin Lilly, who does work with the legal department. You might have met her, but she has been with us. And sorry, Erin, for that with Michigan Department of State. This has truly been a team effort. In addition to thanking the public for being engaged, I want to thank each and every one of you individually and collectively, because it's been an honor to work for the commission in the purest form of democracy. We showed that democracy can happen for the people, by the people, with the people, through 13 distinguished commissioners, as well as those who left us prior to. So in addition to Commissioner Marcus Muldoon, Commissioner Richard Weiss, Commissioner Juanita Clary, Commissioner Elaine Andrade, Commissioner Cynthia Orton, Commissioner Janice Villette, Commissioner Anthony Eade, Commissioner Stephen Lett, Commissioner Brittany Cullum, Commissioner Rhonda Lang, Commissioner Donna Callahan, Commissioner Aaron Wagner, and Commissioner Rebecca Zatella. I would be remiss if I didn't thank our 3 former commissioners. I want to give a shout out to Commissioner Doug Clark's family in his absence, as well as Commissioner MC Rothhorn and Commissioner Dustin Witches for an opportunity of a lifetime. Thank you so much.
And thank you to our Executive Director, Edward Woods III.
Is Mr. Fink still on the line?
Yes. Oh, yes. I am so sorry. Please, Steve.
No,
We'd
that's
like to,
okay.
we'd like to thank our counsel, Nate Fink, and the junior counsel, David Fink, for all
Absolutely.
of their help in this. Thank you, guys. I don't know if anybody from Baker is listening, but we would certainly like to thank them. We would as well like to thank John, and John, I don't know your last name, John Morgan, and your cohort, Kent, and Kim.
And Ryan.
And Ryan.
Ryan, there we go. I think that's about everybody.
We want to recognize, I forgot, VRA, which was separate, but also a part of the Baker team, Mark Braden, Taylor Thompson, and of course, Dr. Maxwell Palmer. And then with the Election Data Services, our partisan fairness expert, Dr. Lisa Hanley. Thank you.
All right, with that said, announcements are complete. And the motion called for an adjournment. So we are adjourned at 4:31 p.m. Thank you, folks.
Anybody?